A good day to you, wherever you are in the world. It gives me such great pleasure to be welcoming you today to the thematic session 3, Obstacles to Implementing the Rights of Minorities and Early Effective Conflict Prevention, a session organized within the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Conflict Prevention and the Protection of the Human Rights Minorities. My name is Shamini, and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development of Forum Asia. It is a pleasure to be welcoming you to our to our conversation today of the Philippines. Cecil Shane Chadri, South Asia Deputy Team Leader of the Christian Solidarity Worldwide, and James Tannis, former President of the Autonomous Region of Bougainville and former Secretary of Bougainville's Department of Peace Agreement Implementation. Before we begin the panel discussion, allow me to read out a statement on behalf of the organizers. This is a reminder to adhere to the topic under each theme. Participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making in your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language, or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and/or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum, or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives, and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure that adequate protection against such acts. We thank you for your attention to this statement. Allow me now to go through a few other housekeeping matters. Full bios of the panel speakers have been shared with the participants. The organizers will also drop the link on the chat box for your reference to the bios. Participants are reminded that the session is being live streamed on YouTube. We will post a link in the chat function, and the session is also being recorded and will be available on TLI's website and on www.minorityforum.info. Also available at these links will be the final set of recommendations, which will be posted after the conclusion of the Regional Forum. Participants are encouraged to promote the event on social media with the official hashtags #MinorityForum and #MinorityForum Asia Pacific, and to tag the Special Rapporteur on minority rights in your posts. Finally, as a request to participants, please do remain on topic and remember to respect the UN values and principles when referring to countries and territories. Now allow me to outline the process for all participants. The session will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each expert. This will be followed by interventions from participants. For this, we have approximately 40 minutes. I am sure that there will be many interventions, so to make the process as smooth as possible, participants are requested to use the raise hand function in the Zoom platform. This can be found in the Reactions tab, located at the bottom of the Zoom window. Interventions will be limited to 2 minutes, subject to participant numbers. The speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised. Participants should submit their recommendation in writing, via the Zoom chat function or by email to marcus.oda@tomlantosinstitute.hu. The chat function is also open to all participants to engage in dialogue throughout the regional forum. We have now come to the main event of this thematic session. I now have the privilege of handing over the mic to our first panelist, Professor Coronel-Ferrer. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Shamini, and a good day to every one of you, to my fellow panelists, former President James Tannis and Cecil Chadri. Good day as well to Dr. Fernand Devaren, our special rapporteur, who is also with us, here with us today. I thought that I will use this intervention to focus specifically on minorities within minorities, or non-dominant minority groups in a sub-state dominated by a bigger national minority group, and which has often been quite perhaps relegated to secondary concerns, given the fact that a lot of the peace negotiations that have happened pertaining to interstate conflicts of the nature of ethno-political mobilizations, most peace agreements have actually rarely contain provisions that support the participation of these non-dominant minority groups within the sub-state or devolved institutions that are to be created as part of the peace agreement. I will draw a lot of examples from our own experience, precisely to be able to clearly illustrate how this dynamic actually happens and how some possible approaches can be secured or elicited from this actual experience. And I'm sure that my fellow panelists from Bougainville will be able to say a lot on this theme as well. So we negotiated, and I was the government chair of the negotiating panel, a peace agreement with the southern Muslim population, the Muslim population in south of the Philippines, which is about 10% of the population of predominantly Christian population. But within this autonomous region that has been in existence, but part of the agreement was precisely to enhance the kind of autonomy that we have now put in place. Part of this region are also populations that do not identify with the dominant identity of the minority groups here in this region, called the Bangsamoro. And that was very much part of a problem throughout the whole process, because the expressed fears of this minority within the minority groups that they will be further marginalized, that they, while they want peace in the region, they do not wish to be precisely ignored in the whole process. And so they were actually a very dynamic group that sort of accompanied the whole process and really demanded that their rights be protected as well. And there was a whole network of civil society, both at the national level and also at the level of the regions and the sub-regions that supported their cause. So how did we actually approach this problem of ensuring that the smaller minorities within this new autonomous region that will be created would likewise be protected? I think for most peace agreements, we'll find that there would be a general clause on the rights to non-discrimination on the basis of gender, race, ethnicity. But this again can be sort of, because of its generic character, might be sort of blind, particularly to the non-discrimination of precisely the smaller minorities. But what we find in the agreement is precisely to be able to make these things more visible, very, very specific provisions that refer to the non-Moro indigenous populations, Moro being the main party to the agreement, and several other items that not only seek to protect their rights, but to also acknowledge the justice system, the customary justice system that they have, such that in this new autonomous Bangsamoro region, we'll find that three justice systems coexist. Traditional customary justice system, the secular law, as well as the Sharia law, which was very much part of the demands of the Muslim minority population. And we find that in the law that was subsequently created to put in place this new Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, these have been further reinforced, again, through precisely the lobbying of these non-dominant minority groups, specific provisions that talk about freedom of choice as to identity, meaning though that you have created a new identity or acknowledge that legitimize the new identity that was part of the whole armed conflict, the Bangsamoro identity, vis-a-vis the Filipino national identity. There is also the freedom of choice not to be so identified as a Bangsamoro within a Bangsamoro region, and therefore to keep their own ethnic identity or whatever identity that they eventually fashion out for themselves. So we'll find in the law very specific provisions about freedom of choice, and again, further guarantees of acknowledgement of international treaties and national laws that already exist, because we do have good national laws to the effect of, we have an Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, but of course, the fact that this is an autonomous region meant that they can also provide for their own indigenous rights law. But there was that kind of fear that the national law will be watered down. So in the law, you will find specifically that something to the effect that there will be no watering down of what's already acknowledged in the national law as well as in the international treaties to which the government has signed on to. Now we know very well that this is a numbers game. We are talking about a very, very small group, and therefore there's a problem of representation, especially in the political structure that will be created. And some of the very specific measures that were provided both in the agreement as well as on the law was the provision of reserved seats for the indigenous non-Moro, non-Muslim indigenous communities. And in fact, not only for them, but reserved seats for the migrant communities who are mostly Christians coming from other parts of the country, so that they will have that kind of representation. I think very clearly here, we are drawing out some of the very specific recommendations that can come into play. That kind of very specific representation mechanisms that must be built into the law, built into the agreement, and therefore also built into the law that legislates the agreement. So what we have here is not only reserved seats for them in the parliament that will be created, there's also the specific provision that they will select their representation based on their customary practice. And that is not necessarily through election or, the standard election that we know in secular, in democratic societies, but through their own system of selection process, because these communities are really quite cohesive still in the practice of their own version of consultative democracy, and that is something that has been acknowledged as a specific mechanism for the selection of their own representation within the parliament that will be created. There's also a provision for a seat in the Council of Leaders that is supposed to provide some kind of a forum that brings together all the political leadership. But then again, as we know, the real problem here has to do with something that's very, very important to indigenous communities. Because after all, we know that in numbers, you can sort of prop that up with certain mechanisms like quotas or reserved seats. But when it comes to land, that's where the real conflict happens. And land is the core resource. It's the source of the cultural resource. It's a basis for the cultural resource of these indigenous communities. So I think one of the real dispute that still underlies the process and still underlies the current implementation of the peace agreement has to do with really how to acknowledge the ancestral domain claims of the indigenous populations, the non-Moro indigenous populations, vis-a-vis the similar ancestral domain claims of the bigger Moro population, especially when the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, with whom we negotiated, started to use the discourse of indigenous people's rights and ancestral domain rights to buttress their own discourse, traditional, historical discourse in the 1970s when they started the revolution that's really founded on colonial rights, the claim that it's Manila imperialism that is also at the root of their own problem, and also from shifting the discourse from homeland to ancestral domain, therefore creating that kind of direct conflict of interest over ancestral domain claims. And to our regret, unfortunately, the process that we had wanted to be put in place even before we implement the agreement, which is to already produce the ancestral domain titles as provided by national law to already protect this ancestral domain that is specific to the non-Moro indigenous communities. I think particularly located in 2 municipalities in one province in a region that's made up of about 5 provinces and of course hundreds of municipalities, but this hasn't been done yet. So the issue of how to protect the land, how to protect the ancestral domain with legal recognition in the form of a certificate of ancestral domain title, that is the modality that's provided for in the national law, and whether this is the modality that's going to be adopted within the autonomous region, given that it has powers over natural resources and ancestral domain as part of the devolved powers of an autonomous region. How exactly that will be played out in the autonomous region remains to be seen. So now, by way of very specific recommendations, I propose three categories to cluster to this set of recommendations. One, of course, has to do with addressing the past, the issue of transitional justice, the issues of still some internally displaced communities that have not fully returned to their places of residence, acknowledgement, truth-telling, and reparation mechanisms that do not, there is a mechanism for transitional justice in the whole peace agreement, but that should not be, again, we need to make visible the specific transitional justice requirements precisely of these minorities within the minority region that has been created. A second category will be protection within the present, protection within the here and now. Because even though the war has precisely been halted by the peace agreement, the armed conflict, the decades of armed conflict between the Moro Islamic Liberation Front and the government has been sort of halted, and the process is still continuing. The fact is there are actual violence going on in some of these areas, fighting over land and so on. And therefore, you do still need very, very specific mechanisms that will address the violence. And it's very good that there are institutions that are actually monitoring the incidents of violence, horizontal and vertical violence that are taking place in the region, and they raise the alarm. So you need these kinds of monitoring system, quick reaction teams, local mediation mechanisms that will be able to respond to very, very specific incidents of violence, plus all the information campaign, because there's a lot of fake news, misinformation that's also being propagated. I'm supposed to wrap up, but let me just talk about the last category. That's of course securing the future. So what do we mean to secure the future? We need to ensure that what we put in place is a human rights regime where culture of peace is very much embedded in the norms. We need to create the institutions that will protect them. The security reform to ensure that the security institutions actually, without prejudice, respond to the interests of the people who are severely affected by any forms of violence, and active civil society organizations, both in their traditional forms, traditional organic forms, and in their modern forms, and certainly women's organizations who have also, throughout the decades, have patiently transformed the patriarchy within their own indigenous cultures and practices. And I'm particularly very proud of some of the women's organizations that have proven themselves continue to be active among precisely these smaller minority groups. Then when it comes to priority social programs, of course, we know the poorest of the poor, those who have been left behind, then you do need all of this kind of very devoted, focused intervention on education, health, and livelihood. So the More Islamic Liberation Front that is now in government in this region must make sure that these benefits of the peace will be distributed judiciously, with equity, and not only to those who have become now the dominant forces within their own region. I close with a short message from the late President Aquino, whom I served as the negotiating chair, who told the More Islamic Liberation Front minutes before, an hour before we signed the agreement, he told them, "I am sure that those who have been oppressed will not oppress others." And that was a very specific message directed precisely to the issue of the smaller minorities within this minority region that has now been created. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll move on to our second speaker, Mr. Chadri. The next 10 minutes are yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yes,
most respected Special Rapporteur, Mr. Fernand de Veren, the chair of the panel, Madam Shamini, distinguished speakers, experts, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me to be part of such an esteemed panel of experts and such an august gathering, I think, for this extremely important event. I think even more so, I feel, in the wake of the challenges faced by the region of Asia with the recent unfolding situation in Afghanistan and its neighboring countries. We are all affected by what is happening today in our region of South Asia, and extremely concerned and worried for the grave violations of rights of all vulnerable groups, such as national, linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities, and women and children from the minority communities who are also among the most at risk of violations. When I reflect upon the context of my region of South Asia, and specifically drawing on my experience of the country that I belong to, which is Pakistan, I see multiple layers of challenges and many obstacles that impede upon the implementation of the rights of all minorities. At the onset, a state's failure to acknowledge that it is a duty bearer to protect and promote minority rights is itself a primary obstacle. A 2017 UN report by the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion or Belief noted that governments can create an enabling environment for intolerance and discrimination. Lack of awareness of rights adds to the challenge. It is imperative for all stakeholders to recognize the presence of diversity within its respective region, and a clear resolve is needed to ensure that the rights of the vulnerable groups are protected. For this, one must ensure that all the rights enshrined within the respective constitutions of the state are upheld, and most importantly, implemented. It is also important that states ensure that their actions and national legislations are in full compliance with international treaties and charters to which the state is a party, whether at the United Nations, the European Union, or other such forums. Most importantly, the members of the state apparatus who are responsible for safeguarding the legitimate rights of minorities must realize and respect the diversity. They must not just tolerate, but respect and accept that these groups require special attention in order to protect their rights. For this, first and foremost, it is not enough for legislative measures to just exist, but the implementation of these legislations must happen. What we often see is that the state will declare that they have included protections in the Constitution and frame policies. However, all too often, these fall way below the minimum threshold of basic human rights standards, and implementation in letter and spirit sadly does not happen. One has to look deeper and understand the social fabric of society. And I say through my experience of Pakistan. And we must look at the influence of the media and, most importantly, on how education is being imparted to previous and future generations, thus affecting or hindering these protections. As George Orwell quoted, the further a society drifts away from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. Therefore, we must allow due space for discussions, disagreements, and criticism, because only then we will collectively be able to address our respective challenges. In my country, Pakistan, and also within the broader region of South Asia, we have witnessed how the biased education policies, the curriculum, and the content within the textbooks taught in educational institutions discriminates against minorities. Violations of the rights to protect minorities is often ignored. Inclusivity and respect for diversity, ignored within the curriculum, then goes on to form a narrative that excludes the rights of minority communities. Laws and policy in theory seem to protect minorities, yet they fall short of implementation. There can be multiple factors that come into play. As I mentioned earlier, education is one, but it is vital to recognize how the media in both mainstream and digital forums can influence and contribute to the development of a negative and biased mindset towards minorities. In a region like South Asia, the influence of extremist groups further plays a role of instilling fear in the minds of the state representatives and legislators, and hinders their ability to effectively address the underlying issues. The broader society, because of this fear and action from these groups, then also restricts people from speaking up boldly for the vulnerable communities. We have seen how minority communities are among the most economically and politically marginalized and do not have a strong voice to advocate for their rights. In Pakistan, we have seen how the biased education system and the exclusion of the role of minorities in the country has led to the formation of a society that ignores the very presence of minority communities, who are thus looked down upon or viewed as aliens to the land in which they were born and brought up. They do not recognize the countless contributions by the members of the minority communities because the textbooks do not teach that. This has led to violent incidents against minorities in the form of mob attacks, increasing cases of blasphemy against even children, and not only against religious minorities, but even the majority community, which are used far too often to settle personal scores. And the abductions, forced conversions, and forced marriages of Christian and Hindu women and minor girls. Cases of abductions, forced marriages, and conversion of women and girls from religious minorities is rampant in Pakistan and has increased since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Discrimination against minority groups during this ongoing pandemic has also been widely witnessed in many countries of our region. What started off as discrimination and violations of freedom of religion or belief against the religious minorities has now escalated to sectarian minorities such as the Shias, Hazaras, Baha'i, and Kailash communities in Pakistan. Furthermore, in Pakistan, the state legislation done in 1970s towards the Ahmadiyya community has created space to further instill hate against this community, which has led to widespread persecution of the Ahmadiyya community and has put them in an extremely vulnerable position. The state's attitude towards civil society groups, journalists, and human rights defenders, viewing them with the lens of being enemies to the state or working on a foreign agenda, has further halted the incredible work and the role that these groups and individuals can play in helping the state deal with its challenges. Constitutional gaps and discrimination in the system leads to an increase in institutional discrimination, which further leads to discrimination in the larger society. We must not forget that the geopolitical context within the region is significant and plays into how these rights can be denied. I would like to state here that in order to protect and promote the rights of all minorities, there needs to be a short, medium, and long-term measures in place. Excuse me. In this regard, I wish to put forward the following 3 recommendations to this August gathering for consideration. Number 1, in the short term, states must ensure that they are upholding their human rights obligations in accordance with international standards, and that constitutional and other legislative guarantees are in compliance with the international treaties, charters, and mechanisms to which they are a signatory. In the medium term, states should accept and welcome constructive criticism and be open to help in building capacity of the organs of the state, including developing realistic and practical accountability mechanisms so that rights of minorities are not denied with impunity. They must ensure that the bodies and individuals responsible for implementation of mechanisms employed to protect and promote human rights, including the rights of minorities, have a clear understanding of their work, their obligations, their mandate, and the oath of the office that they hold. This can also be achieved by capacity building, putting in place trainings and education of key organs of the state, such as the judiciary, police, law enforcement, and security agencies, to ensure that they work towards fulfillment of the rights of all minorities. In compliance to international standards, states must allow for UN mandate holders, especially in our region, to visit the countries of our region of Asia, to allow them to assist in effectively addressing these challenges. The state must cooperate with international and local civil society, journalists and human rights defenders, and allow the space for constructive dialogue, accept criticism, so that together we can work to better our respective societies and countries. Lastly, in the long term, we must work on a long-term strategy to ensure that education, both formal and informal, including educational institutions, media, and society at large, are instilled with the narrative to respect the diversity it has within its respective country, so that as newer generations come forward and take charge of the important positions of power and change, they are aware and have an acceptance, and most importantly, respect for the national, linguistic, ethnic, and religious minorities of their country. I thank you for this time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chadri. Okay, perhaps as a reminder to our participants, and a little note, we seem to have some technical trouble with, okay, wonderful, Mr. Tannis is back. So tech issues restored. Before we move on to Mr. Tannis, I'd like to just offer a reminder to participants. Those who are wishing to make your interventions, please do use the raise hand function on the Zoom platform. You can find this in the reactions tab at the bottom of the Zoom window. You may go ahead and start indicating if you'd like to make your interventions, and after Mr. Tannis addresses us, I will come back to you. Thank you. I see this is happening already. Thank you so much. It is now my privilege to invite Mr. Tannis to take the floor. Over to you, Mr. Tannis.
Thank you, moderator, and also my special thank you to the special rapporteur for the invitation, and also to my fellow panelists. I will try to cover my presentation in 10 minutes, and my presentation will be about the Bougainville story. So, hoping that I would take out some recommendations out of the Bougainville experiences and contribute to this forum. I will try to keep my presentation in 6 parts. I will try to give a snapshot of Bougainville as a minority group. And then secondly, I will talk a bit about Bougainville independence as a solution that Bougainvilleans wanted to find. And then on the third part, I will talk about the challenges, a bit of challenges. And on the fifth part of my presentation, I will talk about how we overcame those challenges and share with you some success stories and leave my presentation with some recommendations. Can you hear me? Hello?
Very well, Mr. Tannis. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I will now start my presentation. Bougainville as a minority and an aggrieved group in PNG. We are ethnically Solomon Islanders, part of Solomon Islands, and Bougainville is the largest Solomon island in the chain of Solomon Islands, or the Solomons Archipelago. We were swapped between Western Samoa and Bougainville between the British and the Germans in 1889. So then we were made of part of Papua New Guinea. In that way, we became a minority group. Our cultures, there is a big cultural difference. We are a matrilineal society, which meant women own the land, whereas our fellow citizens in Papua New Guinea are from a patrilineal society. We are distinctly black. I think it's a little bit difficult to see me in the video. We are a little bit distinctively darker, and also at the same time, Bougainville became a home of one of the biggest copper mine companies in the world, Rio Tinto operated Panguna mine. So our grievances included illegal settling on traditional land by those coming from the mainland in search of job opportunities on Bougainville, and also harassment and killings of Bougainvillians by non-Bougainvillians who came to Bougainville in search of job opportunities. In the Bougainville's big mining company, mining activity, and also Bougainville is the home of the largest coconut and cocoa plantation in the southern hemisphere. So we had those experiences in Papua New Guinea, and out of these experiences, our people, our leaders decided that we should go for independence. So our independence struggle actually started way back in 1969 when the United Nations visiting mission visited Bougainville. They asked for a referendum. And also in 1975, 14 days before a formation of, or declaration of independence in Papua New Guinea, Bougainville decided to declare itself independent unilaterally. This was not accepted by the international community. No country in the world recognized that unilateral declaration. And then thirdly, in 1990, after a brutal civil war between Bougainville and Papua New Guinea, Bougainvillians decided to declare themselves. We decided to declare ourselves independent on the 17th of May in 1990. And again, this time, this did not eventuate. This was not successful. The government of Papua New Guinea put us behind the blockade, and again, there was no third nation to recognize our declaration of independence. So we declared ourselves independent and formed an interim government. And what I want to say in this forum is the challenges we immediately faced after the declaration of independence. The first challenge we found was that politically, no other country in the world recognized Bougainville independence. And the second challenge was that because we did an unilateral declaration of independence, Papua New Guinea government put an economic blockade around Bougainville enforced by the naval forces of Papua New Guinea. And while we were kept under a blockade, things started falling apart. The leaders of the revolution started to engage in a power struggle, and they lost focus on keeping the population, govern the population. So there was a rise of lawlessness on Bougainville, out of which families became divided. It simply ran out of control. And when it ran out of control, I was part of the Bougainville Revolutionary Army. Immediately, we learned one very important lesson as a guerrilla army, that it is easy for a guerrilla army to take over a government and take over a government, but the guerrilla army will never have capacity to govern a territory and protect its citizens. The two are not the same. So we decided to do a declaration of independence, thinking that the declaration of independence will give us the immediate solutions that we wanted to find to solve our grievances as being a minority group. And eventually, as that situation began to unfold, part of the population decided to question the intentions of the Bougainville Revolutionary Army, the guerrilla army, started to feel insecure in our own guerrilla army. So they defected to the Papua New Guinea government side, got themselves armed by the government of Papua New Guinea, and started fighting against us. And at this stage of the Bougainville conflict, the government of Papua New Guinea was already shifting to the side. Bougainvilleans had a new enemy, and the enemy was none other than their own brothers and sisters. And by this time, we were already divided, and we had a full-scale civil war on Bougainville. So Bougainvilleans killing Bougainvilleans. It started against a resentment against the mining company, resentment against the government of Papua New Guinea, and slowly it was now evolving as a resentment amongst us Bougainvilleans. And at this time, because we were blockaded, the new government, the Bougainville interim government, under the control of the Bougainville Revolutionary Army, was unable to provide the basic services, health and education. So, and we then also started losing civilians, women and children who were dying from preventable diseases. So again, as I said, instead of immediately going to the expected solution about which we started the war, we were actually going into problems after problems. But eventually, we had to find a way to overcome those problems. And we have to take that move because Bougainville is an isolated island. You go to Google Map, you will not see Bougainville. You'll just see a vast ocean. And Bougainville is an isolated island. So part of a challenge was Bougainville itself, its isolation away from Papua New Guinea and away from the rest of the world. So we had to think hard on how we will find a solution. There were a few things that we had to do. First thing that we had to do was that we were alone. We were alone, therefore we did not afford to continue fighting. Somewhere we had to make a stop. Second, the most important one is that we knew our people were dying. So if we wanted an independent country, how were we going to establish an independent country if our people continued to die? So we have to find a way on how to stop the war and save the people. And thirdly, we also accepted our weaknesses. I think I stated one already. We accepted our weakness that as a guerrilla army, we cannot govern a territory. So we had to find a better way. And the better way we had to find was to go back to our own customs and cultures and find if there is some cultural principle there in our society that we can use to try to put an end to the war that was already eating up the people. So we started small movements within the Bougainville Revolutionary Army to firstly do reconciliations, because we have reconciliations as part of our customs and cultures. You must always reconcile with the enemy, even though after how many years of fighting, that many years, you must still find a way to reconcile. So we started taking up reconciliations within the Bougainville Revolutionary Army, because we knew if we were going to move towards peace, we must take everybody with us and not leave no one behind. So we worked on those reconciliations to make sure we are united, and the first reconciliations had to happen between the factions that were fighting on Bougainville, the Bougainville Revolutionary Army and the Bougainville Resistance Forces. So we started reconciling not as big groups, but into small localized village-based units. because the Bougainville population was split enough in every village. So every village had to go through reconciliations. And the third phase, we had to make sure there's a time that we must to talk to the government of Papua New Guinea, so that we find a lasting peace to the problem. And I want to quote one statement. The first president of the autonomous Bougainville government, late Joseph Kaboy, the one that I succeeded, he said, "Boys, the war is not ended. We must find another battlefield. We must leave the jungles of Bougainville and go to the jungles of the negotiating table. Our new battlefield is the negotiating table." So we came, after reconciling the Bougainville faction, then we started our dialogue with the government of Papua New Guinea. And eventually, through many steps, we ended up with signing the Bougainville Peace Agreement. The Bougainville Peace Agreement has three pillars: disarmament or weapons disposal, and autonomy, and also a referendum on independence. Most of us who came from the Bougainville Revolutionary Army, we agreed quickly to disarm, because disarmament supported our view that we had to save the people. And we supported the autonomous government, even though it was far away from independence. We accepted the autonomous government within Papua New Guinea because we had already learned a lesson as a guerrilla army, that as a guerrilla army, you can take over governments, but you will never govern them. So we needed a legitimate government, a government that was recognized by the government of Papua New Guinea, and also a government that was chosen by the people, not a guerrilla army, and also internationally recognized. So we had to take those steps, because the reconciliation process made Bougainville into one people with one choice and one voice. So that was the main thing that we did in order to overcome our problems. We had to first accept that as a minority group, we had our own limitations, because our view was that we could operate as a river. A river, when it flows, will always come across logs and stones, but the river doesn't stay there. It just circles around the stone and keeps on flowing until it reaches the sea. So we had to be, as I said, we had to be honest and realistic with ourselves. There was no country that was going to support us, and we had no money. So we had to go back to our roots, our cultural roots, and find peace and methods of making peace within our society, within our cultures. And at this stage, I will now come to mention some of the success stories out of that process. And I will be just briefly skimming over them because of the limitations of time. I will be providing this dot point to the forum for references. The peace agreement is being implemented. Weapons disposal are being implemented. Autonomy is being established. Now we are at the final stages of implementing autonomy. We have already conducted the referendum. We had already conducted the referendum, and the referendum in the result has been 97.7 in favor of Bougainville independence. The result has already been presented back to the government of Papua New Guinea, and under the peace agreement, the two governments are required to consult over the result. And now we are in the process of consultations on how to treat the referendum result. We decided to have a referendum. We agreed with the government of Papua New Guinea that our referendum will be non-binding, it means the result will not immediately affect the site. And we had to do this because we feared if the referendum result is implemented immediately, the minority that will arise out of the referendum result may take up arms. So we had to give fair chance to either side of the vote. And also the peace agreement required the two governments to consult over the result so that at least they jointly work together to implement the result. We have completed 2 consultation sessions, and we have in our most recent consultations, we were able to secure agreement from the government of Papua New Guinea through the Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea that independence for Bougainville will be declared no earlier than 2025 and no later than 2027. In between, the two governments will be implementing a lot of preparatory steps to make sure that the declaration is successful. On Bougainville, we are implementing what we have been calling independence-ready activities out in every constituency, every community government area in the village. In that way, Bougainville is able to develop its capacity, develop its linkages, so that at independence, Bougainville will not end up with broken relationship with the government of Papua New Guinea, because there's always a new relationship after independence, and that is where we are moving at. And because I'm also taking too much time already, I leave the success story there. Only finish up by saying that we still have one more challenge up our sleeves. The peace agreement says that the result of the referendum will be ratified by the Parliament of Papua New Guinea. And in the Parliament of Papua New Guinea, Bougainville is a minority group. We only have 4 representatives in Parliament of Papua New Guinea, and if the vote is taken to ratify the referendum result, Bougainvilleans will still remain a minority. So there's a big worry at the moment that Papua New Guinea might just not ratify the independence result of Bougainville. And if a vote is taken, then Bougainvillean members of parliament in Papua New Guinea are only 4 people against that many parliamentarians in Papua New Guinea. Finally, lessons learned from this process. The first lesson that we had learned is that aspirations of struggle for independence must be backed up by historical facts. Then you have a better chance of survival. 2, unity of struggling minority group is paramount, so that we are one people, one voice, and one effort. And 3rd is to maintain credibility by upholding human rights and moral cultural values. If they don't agree with you, at least they respect you. If you maintain a high level of credibility. The 4th thing that we have learned on Bougainville is that armed struggle will simply catch attention, but armed struggle will never land you to the destination. Peace will. And then peace and reconciliation must be focused to save those that are alive, because the future is in the hands of those that are alive, not those that are dead and gone. And 6, establish good relationship with the opposing side at all levels, at the personal level and at the official level. We found this to be very useful because there's one fact we cannot deny. Friends will never agree, enemies will never agree with you. With friends, you have a better chance of securing agreement. And that has been one of our motto in this peace process, to strengthen, to have good relationships.
Sorry, Mr. Tannis.
And the next one. Yes,
yeah, I'm afraid
I'm over my time.
To wrap up, please. Thank you so much.
Yes, I will leave at that. But the final word from me is that for us minority groups, we need to search for solutions within ourselves first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tannis, and as well as Professor Coronel-Ferrer and Mr. Chadri for your contributions to the discussions. We now turn to interventions from the floor. I will proceed to give the floor according to the order of hands raised, and thank you so much for using the raise hand function in Zoom. Please do remember to participants making interventions that we'll need to keep your interventions to 2 minutes. Please do turn on your mic and cameras, especially if your bandwidth allows it, when making your intervention. If there is time, we will convene a second round of interventions as well. And before we wrap up for the day, I will hand it over to the panelists to do their summations. For the first intervention, I have a Jay Zandberg. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I wish to briefly highlight several human rights issues which affect the indigenous population on the western part of the island of New Guinea, West Papua, which is part of Indonesia. The Papuans have lived in their homeland for thousands of years, and it was only in the 19th century the Dutch colonial rule entered the territory, which lasted until 1962, when the New York Agreement was signed and the Indonesians took control over the territory under a UN mandate. According to the agreement, an act of self-determination needed to be held in which the Papuans themselves could decide their future political status. However, in 1969, the Act of Free Choice was held, in which a group of 1,000 men, selected by the Indonesian government, voted to be part of Indonesia. This act was contrary to the spirit of the United Nations Charter, and the people of West Papua rightfully rebelled in outrage against this unjust decision. Since this time, the Indonesian armed forces have suppressed, through violence and intimidation tactics, any Papuan movements who strive for various forms of self-determination. Recently, the Indonesian army intensified their military operations in West Papua. This was aided by a declaration of the Indonesian government on 29 April 2021 that any criminal armed group can be labeled as being terrorists, and it thereby officially declared armed Papuan resistant groups to be terrorists. However, the activities of the Papuan groups who struggle for self-determination should not be labeled terrorism. Instead, these activities should be seen in the light of reactions to human rights violations by the Indonesian government. The declaration caused an escalation of possible future violence, while it would be beneficial for all to start a dialogue in order to come to a peaceful resolution of the conflicts. Another issue that has made the human rights situation of the indigenous population of West Papua more severe is the renewal of on 15 July 2021 of the special autonomy law for Papua for another 20 years. The special autonomy law was first introduced in 2001, and instead of providing genuine autonomy for Papua and empowering the indigenous Papuans, it divided the region into multiple administrative areas and in practice favored the economic development of non-indigenous people over the indigenous Papuan population. The original law of 2001 also brought increased conflict and greater human rights violations instead of peaceful conflict resolution and self-determination. The renewed law only increases these injustices. The Papuans therefore vocally denounced the renewal of the special autonomy law until the Papuans had been adequately consulted and could have meaningful input. However, their voices went unheard, and demonstrations against this renewal were violently struck down. I have the following 3 recommendations. The government of Indonesia should retract the declaration labeling Papuan freedom fighters as being terrorists. And secondly, the government of Indonesia should repeal the renewal of the special autonomy law until the Papuans are properly consulted. And finally, the government of Indonesia should start a dialogue with the Papuan groups who struggle for self-determination to come to a peaceful resolution of the conflict. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zandberg, for your intervention. May I now call upon Mahbul Haq for your intervention, please. You have 2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This is Mahbul Haq from Bangladesh. Yes. Thank you very much. This is Mahabul Haq from Bangladesh, working as human rights activist with Human Rights Alliance Bangladesh. Human Rights Alliance is a alliance for working protection and promotion rights of the freedom of religion or belief. You know, so many religious minorities like Hindu, Buddhist, Christian, Ahmadiyya, Shia, Baha'i, Shangshari, religious minority living in Bangladesh, and also linguistic minority like Urdu speaking community, they are living in Bangladesh. Some portion of non-believer, they are also living in Bangladesh, and 1.2 million Rohingyas people still now they are living in Bangladesh. My context regarding the rights of the freedom of religion or belief. Religious minority facing so many challenges in Bangladesh, and there is no policy and laws regarding the anti-discrimination issues. No anti-discrimination laws in Bangladesh. Our Bangladesh civil society NGOs, national-based NGOs, human rights organization, we are sometimes raise voice to form the anti-discrimination laws, but government still now they are not formed a anti-discrimination laws to the protect of the rights of the freedom of religion and also non-discrimination approach for the minority community in Bangladesh. You know, long time Urdu linguistic community, like national minority community, they are living in Bangladesh. There are also some Shia religious minority and also Urdu linguistic community, minority community. Long time they are living in Bangladesh. There is no access to others social safety net issues and also government. Especially they do not enter in abroad due to their passport crisis. This is totally high level discrimination by the state. Why a Urdu speaking community they cannot move to outside the country. This is the restriction by the government, and we have seen there is so many hate speech. Regarding the hate speech, as per result of the hate speech, minority community they are facing so many challenges like livelihood and also education and also movement restriction and also freedom of speech. So many issues. And Buddhist, I know land grabbing is also another part regarding the Buddhist minority, religious minority, and also Hindu religious minority. They are always facing and facing under trade, abduction, killing, and also so many religious minority leader they are killed by the fundamentalist group in Bangladesh. Still now we have not seen their justice at all in here. So I would like to request all of our civil society activists, NGOs, and UN bodies to raise voice and accountable government so by the UPR, Universal Periodic Review, to ensure the accountable government in Bangladesh. And we would like to request the recommendation of UPR. Bangladesh government will ensure the recommendation of the UPR and also UN CAT committee, UN Convention Against Torture Committee recommendation. They still now they are not adequate and not implementing the recommendation of the UN CAT committee recommendation. So we like to raise our voice and we call our development partner INGOs and also UN bodies to work together and collaborate for the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahbub. Next on the list is Y. Lee. Please go ahead. Floor is yours for the next 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Distinguished moderator, experts, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Li Yue, speaking on behalf of Beijing Women's International Center. Our mission is to promote gender equality and women's development through worldwide communication and cooperation. Thanks for giving me the floor to share our practice in achieving common development with ethnic minority women together. Based on our observation, the wealth gap and the long-standing cultural estrangement between minority and majority groups is the reason behind most conflicts. In particular, ethnic minority women are more vulnerable in terms of economic status and access to resources because of the influence of traditional customers, which directly aggravated the imbalance in the development of families and even the whole region and ethnic groups. As the capital city of China, Beijing enjoys significant resource advantages over other parts of the country. With the philosophy of leaving no sister behind, we have coordinated the women's organizations in Beijing, establishing partnership with the poverty-stricken villages in Xinjiang, Tibet, and other localities mainly inhabited by ethnic minorities to promote economic development and educational empowerment while attaching importance to promoting cultural integration. For instance, Beijing Association of Women Entrepreneurs offers e-commerce training and job opportunities to help ethnic minority women increase income. And the Beijing Women and Children Development Foundation has set up Mother's Kitchen and the Learning Corner for ethnic minority families to create better conditions for home living and learning. We have also invited ethnic minority women to expos and other events in Beijing to boost cultural exchanges. All the measures have enabled ethnic minority women's economic empowerment, given them greater access to social governance, advanced the overall economic development in those localities, and facilitates harmonious coexistence among different ethnic groups. Our practice in establishing a supportive and collaborative partnership with ethnic minority women groups has proved that development is the key to addressing all problems. Ensuring the benefits of development are equally shared by minority groups and that they have the capacity and the rights to participate in social governance in a fair and a full way can be one of the most effective measures to prevent conflicts at an early stage. In the context of severe impact of the pandemic on almost all aspects of the global governance, we must reaffirm the promise of the 2030 agenda to leave no one behind. Just as Mr. Special Rapporteur emphasized at the opening remarks, we should further strengthen solidarity and cooperation to eliminate fear and prejudice and achieve common development. We hope that our experience in reducing conflicts through partnership will contribute to regional peace and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yue. Can I invite now Jay Xia, CUPL, to make your intervention? 2 minutes is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your productive presentation. I'm Jiang Haoxia from China University of Political Science and Law. As we know, minority women often face greater challenges because they are in a situation where there is double discrimination. I have been researching and following this issue for a long time, and I have also conducted some empirical research on this issue. Moreover, academics and practitioners are discussing how to revise the law on the protection of women's rights and interests. Therefore, based on these 2 points above, I would very much like to share several experiences on how to protect minority women and prevent conflicts from a gender perspective. First, the subjective initiative of minority women should be brought into full play. States shall take measures to create favorable conditions to make minority women have the rights to participate in policy formulation and their decisions on matters concerned to them. Second, states shall take measures to promote fair employment of minority women so that the possible direct or indirect discrimination against minority women in employment can be prevented or reduced. Third, states shall guarantee that minority women enjoy equal rights with other groups with respect to education. In the empirical survey, many minority women expressed the importance of receiving a good education because in their eyes, education can greatly improve their quality of life and the development of careers. Fourth, giving full play to the significant role of social organization or association in the protection of minority women. This organization should listen to the opinions of minority women, reflect the demands of minority women, and provide assistance to minority women who have been subjected to unequal treatment or infringements. And the last one, states should formulate and improve relevant laws and regulations to protect minority women's rights in marital relation and family life. In particular, when applying the divorce property division regime and the divorce remedy regime, minority women should be given some preference according to their needs and special situations. This is all my sharing, and hope it can provide several useful perspectives. Thank you for this time and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacia. Moving along, I have Pefi Kingi. I hope I'm saying that right. Floor is yours.
Matakimu, matakitu, munu tangalo. Matakimu, matakitu, munu tangalo. Kia mutoru o si monuina. I pay due tribute to those who have been lost, to you, to me, to all of us during this time. From the highest to the most humblest in the room, greetings from the Pacific. Here then are a few recommendations that our civil society have put together for you, our esteemed Special Rapporteur, so that you may be the voice piece when we are not present. That through you, the Special Rapporteur, that the state members should indeed support our national priorities, our regional priorities to support economic recovery from the Pacific Civil Society consultations. We put this to you. We recommend that the states do support continued irresponsible extraction of our natural resources, which threatens our livelihoods, undermines our accountable governance, and damages our inclusive growth, and further exacerbates our regional instability and conflict. We recommend to you that you support our voice and our regional aim for sustainable development, combining economic, social, and cultural development in ways that do improve our collective well-being and use of our environment in a very sustainable way. We also recommend that the state members do endorse our Pacific Regional Declaration on preserving maritime zones in the face of climate change related to sea level rise. You know that that one was going to come up. We recommend to you that you support our voice piece. Somebody needs to fix this one, please, Special Rapporteur. The issue of nuclear contaminants. Contamination is still possible with World War II wrecks and unexploded ordnances affecting the health and certainly the security of our people. I recall to you the Marshall Islands peoples. We recommend to you to support and report on the oil spills from the corroding World War II wrecks. This is urgent, as it is indeed exacerbating the climate change events. And for example, our tropical cyclones and typhoons is exacerbating that particular situation for our peoples concerned. We recommend to you that the reported escalation in violence and human rights violations in West Papua, reported and alleged, is indeed explored by a UN mission to West Papua. You should lead that one, Special Rapporteur. We recommend to you also that indeed in the Pacific region, it is the most linguistically diverse region in the world, with a quarter of the world's indigenous languages that are at varying stages of attrition and loss. And indeed, we want yet again another instrument and or another protective mechanism that will indeed protect our indigenous mother languages. That was from somebody who's a real advocate. I know you'll love that one. We put to you that in terms of climate justice, we recommend that it is indeed an existential threat in our Pacific livelihoods. And we recommend that the platform, this particular platform, I know you're for this one, peoples, and that indeed in the report that goes to the UN, Special Rapporteur, we welcome the support of all the Pacific regional key asks that will indeed come up at COP26. And that will be a dramatic change in our global climate ambitions, and we need clear pathways by 2025 so that we have emission peak, and preferably that particular year. And the only realistic chance to achieve a net zero global emissions by 2050 is by taking care of it now. We also put to you that our climate change, migration, displacement. Sorry?
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but really need you to wrap up, please. We do have a few.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
And I would also like to support the few Pacific peoples that have turned up. Special Rapporteur, if indeed you're really wanting the depth, you'll need to go beyond the reef. So we invite you to the Pacific because you know it is needed, it is appropriate. There's only a few of us at this particular platform. To you all, good health, best health. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pefi. And moving right along, Sabir Michael, the floor is yours, and please do keep it within 2 minutes. Sabir?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Please do keep it
Okay.
within 2 minutes. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Just hold on, I'll try to. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, greetings to you all from Karachi, Pakistan. I am Professor Dr. Sabir Michael, a Karachi-based academician and human rights activist. In the initial stage of my intervention, I would like to appreciate the Minority Forum organization for organizing this event and collecting a variety of people with their experiences, knowledge, and practices to be shared to make the minority life improved in all over the world. First of all, I would like to appreciate the remarks of Dr. Fernan. In his overall remarks, he discussed also about the minorities. Along the minorities, a disabled person. And being a blind, I was very happy to know that they are being counted and included as a non-dominant group. Since I'm a citizen of Pakistan, I would like to refrain myself regarding my intervention regarding Pakistan. Pakistan is a unique country with a geographical and political situation these days. I would like to share that in Pakistan, the life for the minority community is becoming very, very hard, especially in the wake of terrorism, especially in the wake of the new phenomenon of Afghanistan. I am very much concerned about the taking power by the Taliban, and we see that the life of minorities may become more dangerous if they increase their influence in Pakistan. I would like to also raise the issue of the forced conversion of the Christian girls in Pakistan, which is very serious and is not being properly addressed by the government of Pakistan. Rather, government of Pakistan is denying the fact that the forced conversion, and especially the forced conversion of the underage girls, takes place. It has become a regular practice. Now minorities have to face violence and threats from their colleagues at workplace. They have to face violence and threat of violence in offices. Where do they work? In the fields, where do they work as a farmer and all that. Apart from forced conversion, the discrimination against minorities in Pakistan is increasing day by day. And as a sociologist, I personally feel and experience that the stance of the general public towards minority is becoming very, very hard. And all the projects of interfaith harmony which have been conducted by national and international community, they have not yielded a proper results. Coming back to the recommendations, I would like to request to the special reporter to make the trip of Pakistan as soon as possible, because it is long awaited and due for a long time. Your predecessor had tried to come, so try to come, but the government did not allow, and I would request you to try to come and try to make it possible. So the second point I would like to raise that the government of Pakistan should
so sorry, Sabir. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but we'll really need you to wrap up, please, as we have only a few more minutes left.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Then the pro-minority legislation regarding the Christian marriage and divorce bills should be passed by the parliament, which is awaited from last 2 years. And last but not least, the government should give more power as per the Paris Principle to the National Human Rights Institution, and especially The Minority Rights Commission should be established along with Child Rights Commission, Disability Rights Commission, to provide the minorities an opportunity to fight for their rights and to seek justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabir. We have Lourdes Savio, please. Floor is yours for 2 minutes. Thank you. Lourdes, we are unable to hear you actually. I'm sorry, that doesn't seem to be working. Sorry, no, we are unable to hear you. I am so sorry. Can I ask my TLI colleagues to perhaps contact you and see whether something can be worked out while we move on to the next intervention? We'll come back to you after that. Can I give the floor now to Kamaleswari Lechumanan, please? Kamaleswari, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This is Kamaleswari Lechumanan from Sri Lanka. I represent Tamil, upcountry Tamil ethnic minorities. So when we talk about conflict prevention, we often, the government and also the stakeholders often fail to get the experiences of minority women as well as other minority groups. So when it comes to Sri Lanka, we often talk about Tamil minority, but we often forget about there's another group of minority Tamil, upcountry Tamil ethnic minority. So during the war, and we are in post-war situation, during war, women and these minority groups have played a forefront role and they have specific experiences. So when we talk about conflict prevention, my recommendation would be one, take these minority women, especially minority women's group and also the other minority groups experiences and their work into the discussion table and also in any plan and reports. Second, document specific experiences of minority women as well as other minority groups, especially upcountry Tamil women's experiences in order to share with for future programming and work. Thank you. That's my intervention.
Thank you very much, Kamaleswari. Next on the list is Kama Sukarno. Over to you. Sorry, Kama, before you. Lourdes, can I just check with you whether you have sound?
नहीं वीडियो बंद तो कैसे देखा वो तो वीडियो खोली थी ना अभी बंद कर दी उन्होंने
Lourdes, are we able to hear you? I'm so sorry, Lourdes. Kama Sukarno, please go ahead and
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As you have mentioned yesterday, Indonesia firmly believes that ensuring equity is central in nurturing peaceful, tolerant, and democratic societies. With this goal in mind, Indonesia has enacted a number of affirmative legislation and policies, among others, to ensure equal and meaningful participation of minorities and vulnerable groups. In response to the statement made earlier by participants, I must reiterate once again that Papua has been and will always be an integral part of the Republic of Indonesia. Any call to dispute this fact is contrary to the Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, which underlines that nothing in the present declaration may be construed as permitting an activity contrary to the purposes and principles of the United Nations, including sovereign equality, territorial integrity, and political independence of states. I hope, once again, that the organizers can ensure that participants of this UN forum to respect this principle. Furthermore, we regret the oversimplification of Indonesia's genuine efforts to combat terrorism. For years, armed separatist groups have run amok and perpetrated numerous heinous acts of terror, not only against security personnel, but also against innocent civilians. Their acts have not only been confined to violence and murder, but have also expanded to the sabotage and the destruction of crucial public infrastructure. In their quest to illegally and undemocratically take control of these provinces, the armed groups have resorted to acts, methods, and practices of terrorism aiming at the destruction of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and democracy, threatening the territorial integrity and security of the Republic of Indonesia, and destabilizing the provinces of Papua and West Papua. In December 2018, armed separatist terrorists murdered 19 construction workers in Duga, Papua, who were working to build the much-needed Trans-Papua Road project. Between 2018 and 2019, armed groups in Papua were responsible for 37 instances of shootings, resulting in the deaths of 38 people, including 23 civilians. Just recently, in April 2021, terrorists burned a helicopter in Ilaga, Papua, used to carry medical supplies. They have burned schools and medical facilities, murdering and kidnapping teachers and medical personnel. The list goes on. CARE, as primary duty bearers, the Indonesian government has the obligation to protect innocent lives from the terrorism and other atrocities. We will continue to do so in parallel with our efforts to ensure equity, meaningful participation in decision-making, and accelerate economic and human capital development in all of our outermost provinces, including in the provinces of Papua and West Papua. Indonesia's fight against terrorism will continue to be undertaken in a proportional manner and involve all necessary precautions to avoid the excessive use of force. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kama Sukarno. Lurdu, I'm going to try you one more time to see whether we have sound from you. Okay, can we move on to Liu Lili, please, as our last intervention? The floor is yours.
To have this opportunity. I'm very glad to have this opportunity to share my opinion. I'm Liu Lili from National Ethnic Affairs Commission of the PRC about how to prevent conflict and the obstacles to implementing the rights of minorities. I think globally, the biggest obstacle might be inequality or injustice among different ethnic groups, especially the imbalanced development among different ethnic groups may lead to political and economic contradictions or worse, armed conflicts. In the meantime, poverty remains the biggest obstacles to the realization of the rights of ethnic minorities. Full realization of human rights is one of the greatest dreams of all humanity. From China's working practice and experience, all ethnic groups of China enjoy equality. We insist that subsistence and development are their primary and fundamental human rights. By 2020, China has accomplished the poverty alleviation task. For example, Dulong people, which is a very small ethnic group, it used to be isolated and impoverished because of harsh nature conditions. Now it developed into where all villages are connected with central roads, 5G network. So they had a victory in the battle against poverty. We think promoting common development and prosperity is a conducive way to enhance ethnic unity and safeguard national solidarity and prevent ethnic-related conflict. We believe that this way might suit for China. So we believe that the key to solving ethnic-related issue is to adopt right methods and take a suitable way in light of our real national conditions. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liu Lili. I've gotten the green light from the organizers to extend a little bit by a few minutes the session today. And here would like to invite our panel of experts to make your final comments as we wrap up before we invite the special rapporteur to take the stage. Can we go in the order of the presentations earlier, please, and start with Professor Coronel-Ferrer. Over to you, please. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the interventions that we've heard today. We can see that kind of different situation, different context, different national frames on which these issues are manifested. But I did focus specifically on arrangements that come out of negotiated peace agreements that sought to address ethnic conflicts, and we've noted that these are still very much going on in other parts of the region. But yes, so to emphasize again, we do need to secure the future. Studies have shown that it's not enough to just acknowledge the rights of minority groups in peace agreements. It's very important to have very clear implementing mechanisms and relevant institutions to ensure this. And these institutions must be aware of the diversity within each territorial autonomy that may be created, and that corporate autonomy is very, very much part of even within territorial autonomies themselves. So these institutions indeed must be strengthened to provide the protection and also to provide the needed good governance that are very important in bringing about real social change within these regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. Chadri, over to you, please, for the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just try to be brief, but I would just like to pick on what Professor Saber Michael was also mentioning. And it comes back to the same point that I was making of the lack of implementation. Just to quote you an example, we celebrated that the Hindu marriage bill in Pakistan was passed by most of the provinces and the federal, but to date, the rules of business have not been formulated. So a law or a bill like that without rules of business has no weight, has no effect. And that is where the implementation gap comes in. Similarly, the Sikh Anand Marriage Act was passed year before last. Again, no rules of business. Lastly, the Christian Marriage and Divorce Act, which he was mentioning to referring to the personal laws, since 1872 of the Christian Marriage Act and 1869 of the Christian Divorce Act, which was during the colonial time, has not been updated to date. So it's over 125 years, and we're still struggling to try to address those, and move beyond 125 years. How will we safeguard the rights of the Christian community when we are not able to actually do that? So this is where the implementation gaps really come in. Secondly, an example of policy making where, and I fear because the current agenda of the government of single national curriculum in Pakistan is something that is again worrying and infringing upon the fundamental rights and violating Article 22 of the Constitution of Pakistan, which is the right to profess your own religion and not be forced to study any other faith as per the Constitution. So once again, and I fear and I hope that other countries from our region don't follow in the footsteps of what we are doing with our education system. And that, I think, is tantamount to allowing intolerance to further spread and deprivation. Lastly, as Mr. Gerald Joseph yesterday also mentioned, and what Professor Saber Michael also mentioned, is the autonomy of national human rights institutions. We have a so-called Commission on Minorities, but it's regarded literally as having no effect because it does not have independence, it does not have autonomy, it does not comply with Paris principles. So how will they effectively be able to work for the minorities within Pakistan? And again, I would just like to stress more and more when I see how the Ahmadi community in Pakistan is being persecuted, only because we have legislated against that particular community. And when you legislate, you have allowed a clear playing field for anyone to come forward and abuse that, their rights. And that is what we see happening in Pakistan. And it's really sad and it's tragic. And we really need to take that into our consideration. Last but not least, if our government or the state does not respect the orders of the Apex Court, then what future do we see when you are not even upholding direct orders by the Supreme Court of Pakistan? These are the things that really worry me, and I pray and hope to continue to my efforts. But I thank you for this opportunity once again to make my contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Chadri. I seem to have lost visual on my end of Mr. Tannis. Mr. Tannis, can I just check whether you are there?
But I think network connections are getting weak at my end.
Okay.
But if
Mr.
you can hear
Tannis,
my voice, I can still.
Yes, we can hear you very clearly. Please go ahead for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now use this part to complete my presentation of my recommendations. The ones I left is that we learned in Bougainville that we must recognize women as peace builders and engage them. Women are natural peace builders. The second thing is to take care of youth. They are vulnerable and are easily recruited by warmongers. If youth is engaged in peace building, they bring hope for continuity for peace to the next generation. And negotiations and dialogue are better tools to pursue minority group aspirations than guns and violence. And finally, never give up. We as minority groups, we must not give up. All we need to do is keep adapting to the new situations. We cannot continue to fight like the same way our grandfathers did and never achieve their aspirations. Because adaptation is the ability that has kept human race this far. So all we need to do is continue adapting. And finally, may I ask all the minority groups, I think we need to help each other so that we all achieve our objectives together. Thank you, and God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tannis. It is now my privilege to invite the Special Rapporteur to say a few words at our closing. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I want to say, first of all, thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator Shamini, for an excellent chairmanship of this event, and also to all of the panelists. I think we have actually learned and to understand your challenges. And in fact, that also one of the fundamental messages that we have here is that there can be no peace without justice. And justice means fully respecting the human rights of everyone, minorities, but also members of other communities and minorities within minorities. And that message also resonates very strongly in the absolute necessity to fully implement the human rights of everyone, particularly those who are most vulnerable, and that the lack of implementation can very often lead to grievances and violence, as we heard on a number of occasions. Very quickly, I want to make one observation, one reaction I think is important. Development is not the solution to all problems. If development is lopsided, or that some communities benefit much more than others. We heard that, in fact, in relation to the grievances leading to the conflict in Bougainville and other parts of Asia Pacific, and in the Pacific especially. So on the contrary, if you have development, which is, development can contribute to conflicts if they actually lead to minorities and other communities being excluded. They lead to increased inequalities, as a matter of fact. And unfortunately, some governments seem to suggest that development is good because we are seeing an increase, for example, in the GDP of a country, the gross domestic product. But then they hide as to who actually benefits from this development. Is there disaggregated data that shows that minorities, and particularly those communities where we have massive development projects, are the local communities benefiting equally, or are they actually being pushed aside? The resources around them used, but benefiting mainly to members of the majority communities or the dominant populations. And that is something we have to remember, that development in itself can actually lead to grievances if everyone is not able to benefit equally. And this is one of the aspects that we have to be extremely careful when we talk about how do we best prevent conflict, and especially try to attenuate those grievances that can lead to conflict. So that's one reaction I wanted to highlight that I heard on a number of occasions in this particular panel, and that we will have to focus on in the future. Once again, this is exceptionally good panel and beginning of the second day, and it shows also the need that I think for us to focus on the Asia-Pacific region. We need this regional approach to actually better understand the specific contexts and challenges that we have. And thirdly and finally, I heard the message loud and clear concerning the Pacific region, and I want you to know that I am looking at the possibility of conducting a mission in the Pacific region in 2023. So a message received loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Special Rapporteur. We have now come to the end of the session, and thank you everyone for your discussions, for your interventions. I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Special Rapporteur, the panel of speakers, as well as the participants who have joined us today. As a final housekeeping note, we will have a now 45-minute break ahead of the next session. Please do return at 9:30 a.m. Geneva time for thematic session 4, Ways Forward Towards Addressing Gaps in Human Rights Mechanisms to Protect Minorities and Prevent Conflicts. Distinguished guests, it's been a pleasure being your moderator today. On behalf of the panel, I thank you and wish you a good day. Thank you so much.
Can anybody tell me at when the session will start?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
When it will the session will start at what time? Because I'm here in Sweden, you know, so I have to just
in 45 minutes. So it will be 9:30 your time.
9:30 my time.
Yeah, like European time, Geneva time.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to disturb you.
It's okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, Taisuke. Could we please check your audio and video for the next session?
Morning show, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear and see you fine. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
And Miss Anchana, I can see your video. Could you please check your microphone for me?
This is okay when I talk and have the length of like this or
That's okay like that. That's fine. Thank you.
okay, like now.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, thank you. Farah, Miss Mila, could we please check your video and audio as well?
I'm really so excited. I feel like participants have more experts than me.
Hello, I'm here. I just need a couple of minutes.
No, that's fine. We'll start in about 8 minutes, Farah. I just wanted to check that your audio is working okay.
My audio is
And we can hear you. Thank you.
fine. My video is all right, but it's pretty dark in lovely England, as it always is. So it's very cloudy. I put some lights on. I think it should be okay.
Okay, thank you. That would be great.
Thanks.
And just lastly, Ms. Jua Ilham, if you could please just check your audio and video for us.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I know it's very early for you, so thank you for joining, and perfect video and audio. So we have all of our speakers, so we will start on time. So Mr. Taisuke Komatsu will start the session in about 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon to most of you in Asia Pacific. Good morning to the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand Valen, and the colleagues at the Coronel-Ferrer Institute, and those in similar time zones. Welcome to the thematic session on ways forward towards addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts of the Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. My name is Taisuke Komatsu, and I am the Secretary General of the International Movement Against All Forms of Discrimination and Racism. It's called IMADA in acronym. Our organization is a Japan-based international human rights NGO with its headquarters in Tokyo, and I represent the organization in Geneva. Our work in Geneva focuses on assisting minorities and other racialized communities to engage with UN human rights bodies such as the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues and the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to promote and protect their rights on the ground. We also work to increase their accessibility to the UN human rights system. Therefore, we are very happy to be a partner of this regional forum, and we thank the Special Rapporteur and the Coronel-Ferrer Institute for their leadership. We have 3 distinguished panelists with us today. Our first speaker will be Jufhei Ilham. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. She's the author and human rights activist. Our second speaker will be Farah Milad. She's a lecturer at the College of Social Science and International Studies at the University of Exeter. She's an expert in conflict prevention and international human rights. She also worked as a journalist in Sri Lanka at the times of armed conflict. Our last speaker will be Anchana Himinia. She's the founder and the director of Duai Jai Group. She works for the rights of the Muslim Malay minority in the deep south of Thailand. Before we start our discussion, let me read out a statement on behalf of the organizers. Participants of the Regional Forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the Regional Forum. Please note that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics and the discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide correct, concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. In the event that rules are repeatedly and or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meetings at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisals against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or who have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are asked to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. And now I'd like to announce some housekeeping rules. We remind participants that the session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available on the organizer's website and www.minorityforum.info, together with a final set of recommendations. We encourage you to promote your participation in this event on social media by using official hashtags of the Regional Forum, #MinorityForum, and #MinorityForum Asia Pacific. And finally, I'd like to explain the format of this discussion. So first, we start with 10 minutes presentation of each expert, and then it will be followed by interventions from participants. So to make a statement, you must use a raise hand function in the Zoom platform. This can be found in the reactions tab located at the bottom of the Zoom window. Interventions will be limited to 2 minutes. The speakers will be taken in the order that their hands are raised. Participants should submit their recommendations in writing via the Zoom chat function or by email to marcus.order@commonwealth-institute.hu. The chat function is also open to all participants to engage in dialogue throughout the region forum. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to our first speaker. Joy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Jauhar Ilham. I am very grateful for the opportunities to speak at this year's Asia Pacific Regional Forum. A little over 7 years ago, when I was still a teenager, my father, an Uyghur economics scholar, who is a nonviolent advocate for free speech and human rights, was sentenced to life in prison in China. That is when I became a fighter for minority rights in China. I am too also a peaceful advocate for my people, the Uyghurs. Today, I would like to share about key ways forward to address gaps in human rights mechanisms that leave minorities such as the Uyghurs unprotected. As many of you may be aware, as researchers estimated that there are 1 to 1.8 million Uyghur or other Turkic Muslim minorities in China who have been detained and subjected to grave human rights violations, including forced labor. And at least 80,000 Uyghurs or other Turkic and Muslim majority peoples have been transferred to factories across China. They cannot leave, and they're under constant surveillance, and they must undergo ideological training to abandon their religion and culture. So what we're seeing today is a systematic state-sponsored form of forced labor and carried out not only in the pursuit of economic profit, but crucially as a means of social and political control. So for many years, my people have been exploited, our rights have been abused, and our voices have been silenced. The Chinese government is using the war on terror to frame the suppression of the Uyghur people as counter-terrorism. I would like to stress the importance of being careful when discussing minorities and violence. Otherwise, regimes like China can get away with cracking down on peaceful dissent and criticism, all in the name of countering extremism from minorities. My father, Ilham Tohti, is among the Uyghurs whose voices need to be heard, but the Chinese government deemed his criticism of policies that undermine our basic rights and his call for greater rights and representation for our people too dangerous, and responded with persecution. Now he is serving a life sentence in China on charges of separatism. China's current crackdown is targeting the academics and journalists and anyone else who practices free speech in service of human rights. What is happening in my homeland is a prime example of what happens when people do not have a voice, and when they do not have representation, and when they do not have an international community looking out for their rights, because China is just too powerful to be held accountable. But is it? The answer is no. If the international community moves beyond its fears and economic interests in China and works together through concerted and sustained efforts, we can hold China accountable. And one important way that we can do so, which I would like to focus on, is through holding corporations accountable. Despite the fact that the crimes against humanity in the Uyghur region have been visible to international observers for years, the vast numbers of global corporations, particularly in the solar panels, tomatoes, other food industry and apparel sectors, continue to source goods from the Uyghur region. And the scope of the problem is tremendous. Prior to the pandemic, the Uyghur region accounted for over 22% of the world's cotton output. That's a simple math here. Roughly 1 in 5 cotton garments in the global apparel industry are potentially tainted by Uyghur forced labor. And this implicates virtually every brand or retailer selling cotton clothing in these crimes, unless that brand or retailer has established and executed an official policy to cease sourcing from the region and cut all ties with suppliers implicated in Uyghur forced labor. The complicit brands, including active members of the UN Global Compact, such as Walmart and Inditex. And the organization I work for, the Worker Rights Consortium, is part of the coalition to end Uyghur forced labor, which has called on companies to urgently end all links with Uyghur forced labor. With the backing of over 400 organizations around the world, from Uyghur groups to trade unions to investors, we are seeking different sets of actions, 4 sets of actions from companies to end their complicity in this crisis. A number of brands have made these commitments publicly, and including Marks and Spencer, ASOS, and Island Fisher, and other brands. A larger number have indicated privately that they're leaving the region, and the momentum is growing, but private commitments are inadequate. Indeed, the silence of these companies serves to embolden the Chinese government. And then there are many corporations that are staying silent and continuing their business as usual. A grim echo of corporate complicity in the atrocities that took place during World War II. And at this juncture, no responsible corporation in any sector should be sourcing anything from the Uyghur region. So if corporations will not end their complicity with forced labor, governments must utilize all of the policy and legislative tools at their disposal to end that complicity for them. So it is very important to note, however, that these tools are only as powerful as lawmakers' ability and desire to enforce them. We can each act in our own countries to ensure our governments hold companies accountable for human rights in their supply chains. And in doing so, push the Chinese government to end its practice of state-sponsored forced labor. With the recent US withhold release order on cotton from the Uyghur region and other jurisdictions like Canada and Australia considering similar import bans, and there's a high risk that the EU and other countries could become a market used by corporations to avoid more stringent measures in other countries. And there's also an urgent need for transparent custom data from the EU, as it is currently very difficult for civil society organizations to identify which EU companies continue to source from the Uyghur region or from companies that are deeply complicit in the crime of forced labor. At last, I wanted to share that my father used to tell me there always is a solution for every problem. Mandates to infuse real due diligence into supply chains are an important part of the solution, and to not only free my father from unlawful imprisonment, but to free the millions of Uyghurs who live in constant terror. Thank you.
Thank you, Juste, for your presentation. And I think you touched on cross-cutting issues which kept being raised during the forum, such as the misuse of counterterrorism or counter-extremism legislations and the accountability for corporations and transparency supply chains. Now I'd like to give the floor to Farah. Farah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for the tremendous hard work put in to enable this event, and of course to Special Rapporteur Fernandez de Varenes for this invitation. I welcome the Special Rapporteur's decision to refocus on minorities in conflict, which is important and timely, and I'm grateful to be able to contribute to this discussion. My presentation today is based on research, policy, and activism I have undertaken in my home country, Sri Lanka, during and after the country's nearly 3-decade ethnic conflict. I should also say that I am a Sri Lankan Muslim from a minority community myself. Conflicts involving minorities are caused by violations of minority rights under the pillars of the right to identity, participation, and non-discrimination, as well as through violation of civil, political, economic, social, cultural rights of minorities, and the targeting of attack and killing of individuals within these groups. In my work, I have found a greater openness among UN organizations and international actors to consider normative and legal protection of minority rights as a means of conflict prevention, rather than to act on protecting the lives and existence of minorities and their groups. There is a difference here which I want to clearly articulate. By this I mean there is a greater, there is a greater uptake and openness within the international human rights system towards recommendations, for instance, on devolution of powers, electoral reforms, constitution and legal non-discrimination guarantees, education or language reforms, rather than on targeted violations and attacks against minorities that build grievance and contribute to atrocity crimes. I appreciate, as yesterday's presenters discussed, that there continues to be limitations and major challenges in this normative framework on minority rights protection and in state compliance on these. These, no doubt, need to be addressed. But I want to focus on the other protection dimension, not only because it tends to be less discussed, but also because at some level, those of us, particularly those of us based in Europe and North America, enjoy a certain privileged comfort zone from where we can continue to theoretically discuss and debate these topics. But our comrades, like Jiwa was talking, friends and families from minority communities confront a daily reality where their very existence is under threat. So there are two arguments I want to make in this presentation. The first is that the international human rights framework needs to be strengthened to account for systematic attacks, violence, and killings of minorities, which, if addressed, could prevent conflict and atrocity crimes. The second is that systematic violations of articles related to minority rights in all treaty bodies, for example, Article 2, 18, 26, 27 of ICCPR, need to be more seriously considered as part of a conflict prevention framework. As Dr. Shahabdin rightly highlighted yesterday, post-colonial state and nation building in South Asia have been majoritarian nationalist projects, articulated through the hegemony of one ethnic religious group at the expense of others. This majoritarian nationalism manifests itself in constitutional legal means, as well as through hate, violence, and attacks at the everyday level. It is a second I'm more concerned about in this presentation. As tensions between communities rise, minority groups shift between being otherized, discriminated, denied, weaponized, scrutinized, and dehumanized. Particularly when conflict seems imminent, security becomes gendered, ethnicized, or racialized, and minority identity begins to be associated with terrorism and threat. We are seeing this in China, we saw this in Sri Lanka, we see it across Asia. This enables the slow and successive dehumanization of minorities that lead to conflict, and from there on can contribute to atrocity crimes. The international human rights framework is limited in firstly identifying and holding states accountable for these specific targeted violations. For instance, incidents of extrajudicial killings, torture, rape, sexual violence, arbitrary arrest and detention, specifically of minorities. This is not to say that the relevant treaty bodies and special procedure mandate holders don't raise these violations with states, but early identification, monitoring, and reporting of the specific minority dimension is not strong within the international framework. This can be due to a lack of available information on the minority dimension and/or a limited understanding of the specific minority landscape. But I have also found a hesitance towards acknowledging the particular minority framing of violations, especially in contexts where the state narrative of minorities is securitized. Secondly, there is no system by which trends, patterns can be monitored and, equally important, analyzed. The Office of Prevention of Genocide has a framework of analysis, but this is specific to atrocity crimes, and the onus of doing this monitoring is strongly dependent on civil society. Apart from work done by some INGOs and NGOs locally, there is no methodical, systematic monitoring and reporting of these violations as an early warning of conflict. It is now well recorded that the international human rights framework completely failed Sri Lanka's ethnic minority Tamil population at the last stages of the war. There is no proper count on the lives lost in the last stages. Estimates range from 40,000 to 140,000. The country did not make it to the Security Council agenda. The UN Human Rights Council acted late and uncritically, and the early warning systems of the UN were ineffective. The international system has certainly been stronger in response to the post-war violations against the country's 10% Muslim population. This is the second largest minority group, who are now facing certain violations in the country in the post-war context, including on freedom of religion. These issues have been taken up by the High Commissioner for Human Rights, some council members, and special procedure mandate holders. Fernandez, you have been one of the vocal mandate holders on these issues. The latter have been most effective, that is the special procedures, but as we know, the success of this system is largely dependent on the individuals that hold the office. The attacks against Muslims have been raised as violations of specific human rights, that is Article 18 and 27, and framed threatening reconciliation and possibly leading to new forms of conflict. Now here we see strong reporting and connections made between the different articles of ICCPR. There are, however, some critical differences with regard to this particular case. Firstly, Sri Lanka has been on the UN Human Rights Council agenda since 2012, enabling an important and continuing level of monitoring and reporting. Secondly, during a brief transitional window in 2015, the government of Sri Lanka welcomed a number of special procedure mandate holders who continue to scrutinize the country. And thirdly, this period also provided space for rejuvenation of local civil society that increased capacity to report and advocate on these violations. Very few countries have these opportunities in the build-up to conflict. Governments often become repressive, target civil society, and as violence hasn't intensified, international attention remains scarce. Again here, raising the targeting and silencing of minority civil society groups in this context is challenging. And when this is done, protection offered to them against reprisal attacks is minimal. The question then is how, in such circumstances, the international human rights framework can respond to targeted violations of minorities and their rights in order to prevent conflict. More so, the international system lacks not only in the systematic monitoring of these violations, but in connecting the dots between the different types of violations. For example, in the Sri Lankan context between Article 18 and 27 of ICCPR, in identifying patterns between previous trends in minority rights violations and the current ones, and in considering how these contribute to conflict. Part of these failures must be assigned to the, what I say in inverted commas, the Western epistemic and ontological dominance of the international human rights framework. That is at times based on a one-size-fits-all model based on understandings and interpretation of the state, political society, and minorities, which is quite often distant from, for example, our South Asian reality. Understanding of what constitutes the secular and expectations of the state-religion divide has successfully failed to capture and interpret the nature of religious majoritarianism, nationalism that exists and is now rising in South Asia. So let me conclude with my recommendations. Together with the strengthening of the legal and normative framework for the protection of minority rights, international human rights mechanisms and bodies need to pay greater attention to the minority dimension of human rights violations and raise them in advance where they can contribute an early warning system for conflict prevention. The Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues and other relevant mandate holders, such as, for example, the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief, work together with the UN Office on Prevention of Genocide and Responsibility to Protect to develop a tool to monitor specific targeting of violations of minority rights and identify trends and patterns that could lead to conflict and serious international crimes. This could be based on the current framework for analysis of atrocity crimes, but more specifically designed towards minority protection and conflict prevention. This framework acts as an early warning mechanism and has a tiered response system which requires action by different levels of the international human rights framework depending on threat levels. This system is developed together with minority civil society representatives and their capacity is strengthened to monitor and report on human rights violations of minorities. In doing so, systems must also be put in place to ensure the security of minority rights activists and effective protection in case of reprisal attacks. My final recommendation is that the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues conducts a joint study with the Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism and on counterterrorism and human rights on the targeting of minorities as part of counterterrorism measures and how these contribute to conflict and the violation of minority rights. I will end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Farah, for your very useful and strong recommendations. And your presentation also reminded me that unfortunately the Human Rights Council recently failed to establish an international accountability mechanism on Afghanistan, despite the threat to minorities. So there are lots to be done, and we really need to strengthen the international human rights system. But also your presentation reminded me that UN system as a whole is inconsistent in addressing minorities. So often the Office of the High Commissioner and the UN human rights bodies sometimes marginalized by the UN system itself. So there's also a challenge there. So before giving the floor to Anchana, I'd like to remind participants that you can already start indicating your intention to take the floor by using the raising hand function in the reaction tab, so that we can also have a better idea how many people want to take the floor afterwards. Okay, now I would like to give the floor to Anchana.
Thank you very much. I am Anchana Himna. I am based in Pattani, southern Thailand. I am a director of the Doi Group, and right now I would like to share my screen about the situation in southernmost of Thailand. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. The conflict situation in southern of Thailand since more than 20th century because of in the past Pattani, we call Pattani because in the southernmost of Thailand we have three provinces, namely Songkhla, Yala, Pattani, and some part of Songkhla and Narathiwat. And in the past, the Pattani is independent before. After Malaysia was independent, it appeared that some area of Pattani state have been ceded by Malaysia, and some have become the southern border provinces of Thailand today. After that, the anti-occupy of Thailand formed several groups such as religious leader groups and elite group in Pattani in the past, and namely BRN, PULO, BIPP, etc. And therefore a clash between a Buddhist Thai nation state and a minority of Malay Muslim and sparked by an army camp led in January 2004. You can see the map that the map showed that the 80% population in southern most of Thailand are Muslim, and they use the Malayu language. But in the past of Thailand, almost Thai Buddhist, and they use Thai language. And we found that the research found that the root causes of conflict in the south have three cases, like the history, independent state in the past, and the second is the difference from religion, culture, and language and treatment from the Thai state before. And the last one, we found that the law enforcement is very problem right now. And due to the Thai government want to solve the conflict situation in the south by using law enforcement, we have three special law. We call it martial law, emergency decree, and internal security act. We found that the government used the law and then the suppress to direct to the Malayu Muslims, and the conflict we have both sides in violence from Thai government and movement military or movement combatant. During 2004 until 2020, the casualties in the past mostly are Thai Buddhists, but after they have peace process, we found that the casualties mostly are Muslim than Thai Buddhists. You can see the line of human rights situation against Malayu Muslim. In the yellow line, we see that Buddhists have affected by death, and injuries, we found that they did 2,767 and injuries 7,931. But in the part of Malay Muslim that the Thai government using the law enforcement, they have more than dead 4,000 dead and injuries more than 4,997, and other human rights abuse like arrested, arbitrary arrested. Since 2004 until 5 May 2021, we found that Malay Muslim men, women, and children were arrested more than 7,000, and some of them claim torture in the military camp or police camp. Group, my organization found that we have the claim 147, and we found that some of them, like 7 cases, dead in custody, and in children.
I think the connection with Aunt Jana is disrupted.
The emergency situation.
Aunt Jana,
Sorry?
It was a bit cut off, so maybe you can start from maybe a minute ago.
And thank you very much. And from the, even though we have the peace process since 2013, like a formal dialogue, and they change the leader of the peace leader team, both BRN and Thai government. And unfortunately, in 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the peace process is still hold. They say that they don't want to talk via online. And fortunately, BRN was the main group of movement. They announced to protect children, and they announced to cease fire of all operation due to the UN Secretariat encourage the movement all around the world. And the challenge that the minority were attacked or were abused human rights due to the controlling the operation by Islamic school for the whole curriculum, teacher legislation, and financial audit. They use the anti-terrorism law to attack the Islamic school, and they have the I thought for internal security Operation Command policy set a budget to blanch watch children aged 1 to 5 to forget their identity, and they investigate allegation, corruption, and insurgency involvement direct to the Islamic school. And the second challenge is the racial discrimination against Malayu Muslim by collecting the DNA, biometric data, and digital ID profiling and AI technologies to surveilling. In other parts of Thailand, the register for the SIM card, they don't want any profile, what you call it? They only use ID card number or passport, but the listed in the southern border provinces have been forced to register with the biometric data since April 2020 until now. And other thing is they're collecting DNA in the Malayu Muslim community, both in school, in Islamic school, both in villages, and they're profiling Muslim students across the country. They want them to register identity. And the last challenge is the misuse of regulation of education department and special law in southern border target Malayu Muslim and guarantee security official impunity. They never have the security official come to the court about the extrajudicial killing or torture or arbitrarily arrested. And many women and men human rights defenders were threatened or used slap law to make them silent. And I would like to recommendation of Thai state to end stereotype and accusation of Islamic school as a part of the movement and conduct transparency and fair investigation about the school. And the second, we would like to prevent government agencies, especially law enforcement, from accessing and exploiting information from such technology by private communities such as telecom company and other non-government entities, and end the use of facial recognition and remote biometric technologies for public surveillance or discriminatory surveillance targeting religious, ethnic, and racial minorities. And in the line with the concluding observation of CEDAW, SIRS, and ICCPR, need to immediately stop, continue the practice of DNA collections and lift the martial law and emergency degree in the southern border provinces due to the recommendation from the ICCPR committee and subcommittee. And finally, I think it's very important for stop the human rights abuse minority. The Thai government should support and urge the BRN or other group movement join the peace process, and peace process should go on. And the second need, the Thai government should action about the Sustainable Development Goals 16 that they talk about peace, security, and strong institutions. Thank you. I think this is my presentation. Thank you for paying attention.
Thank you very much, Anchana. I think your presentation was well linked to the previous speakers' points, such as the issue of minority identity and the use of martial law. But also you added new elements like the violations of privacy, as well as also you raised a good, I think this was not raised by throughout the forum a lot, but the SDGs is also a good platform to address minority issues. So now I'd like to open the floor for interventions from participants, and I would like to remind again everybody that you can indicate intention to take the floor by using the raising hand functions in the reactions tab. I have Dr. Eridina Ochap as the first speaker. Please, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Coalition for Genocide Response welcomes this Asia-Pacific Forum on conflict prevention and the protection of the human rights of minorities. Over recent years, we have seen gross violations of the rights of minorities, and in the most extreme cases, amounting to the legal definition of genocide in Article 2 of the UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. In the context of Asia-Pacific, at least two cases are relevant here: the case of the Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar and of the Uyghurs in China. States have a duty to prevent genocide. However, they are not equipped to do so. According to the International Court of Justice, this duty is to be triggered when the state learns of, or should normally have learned of, the existence of a serious risk that genocide will be committed. This means that states must have effective monitoring, analysis, and determination mechanisms in place. Where states do not have such mechanisms, they may easily rely on the argument of the lack of relevant knowledge and so evade the responsibility to act. This is contrary to the duty to prevent and the spirit of the Genocide Convention. One example of a proactive approach to the issue was the Genocide Determination Bill, and most recently the Genocide Amendment to the Trade Bill, introduced by Lord Alton of Liverpool in the UK, that aimed to give the power to the High Court to hear cases and make the interim determination of genocide. Such a domestic judicial mechanism could help to address the issue of politicization of genocide determinations. It would enable a neutral arbiter to consider the case. However, without having to resort to such judicial mechanisms, states must have domestic monitoring mechanisms that will enable them to undertake this task. We must bridge the gap between the duties under the Genocide Convention and their realization. This bridge includes states introducing comprehensive monitoring and analysis mechanisms. This also includes states taking ownership over their genocide determinations and using such a determination to inform their responses. In a world where genocide still occurs, despite the promises of never again, inaction is not an option. We need to ensure that we are equipped to prevent genocide, as the cost of allowing it is too great. It is the cost of lives, and it is also the cost of our humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andy. I invite you to put your recommendation in the chat function so that everyone can follow recommendations from the floor. The next speaker is Wan Swedi of NEAC. Please, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thanks very much, and I'm very glad to take the floor. My name is Wang Xuedi, and I'm from National Ethnic Affairs Commission of PR China. As you might have known, Xinjiang is now a stable and orderly society where the local ethnic groups live in mutual harmony and peace. It is experiencing the optimal period of development. That is the truth. And the Xinjiang government and also the central government has spared no efforts in protecting the legal rights of the all ethnic groups living in Xinjiang Autonomous Region. The first, the right to work is protected. Everyone has the right to work and create a better life. Xinjiang has made employment the priority among its measures for improving people's well-being. It has adopted a pro-employment strategy, encouraging individual initiative, leveraging market mechanisms, providing government support, and promoting entrepreneurship. And also, liberty is respected and protected in Xinjiang. Citizens, regardless of ethnicity and belief, are free to move, choose their own jobs, and live the lives they choose as far as the law permits without external interferences or constraint. Also, at the same time, Xinjiang has made great efforts to operate radio and television stations, publish newspapers and magazines, and build internet infrastructure and also various online platforms so that citizens can enjoy their right to freedom of expression and also freedom of speech, of course, through smoother channels and in more diverse and convenient ways. And we should see currently rumors, distortions, and complete fabrications are being spread by some foreign media and politicians. This is a calculated campaign to, we should say, a calculated campaign. And those campaigns misrepresent the historical progress that has made on human rights in this region. And some international forces have also exaggerated some singular cases. Those cases in which the religious extremists in Xinjiang have violated the legal rights of those average citizens. And I believe this has aroused indignation among the people in Xinjiang and the rest of China. And it's also condemned by those in the international community who seek to uphold justice. Xinjiang has achieved moderate prosperity in all respects together with the rest of the country and has embarked on a new journey of building China into a modern socialist country. This will better ensure ethnic unity, and all people in Xinjiang will enjoy a happier and even more prosperous life. So how do you call it a genocide when the number of Uyghurs has been rising constantly in Xinjiang? And we have a number to prove that, of course. So we sincerely welcome each and every one of you to visit Xinjiang and see the fact with your own eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention. The next speaker is Nasim Malik. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Farah, for your information regarding Sri Lanka. So just I want to mention here that in Sri Lanka and in Indonesia, the persecution of the minorities, Christians in Sri Lanka after the burning of the churches, still they are feeling fear, and all those refugees left Pakistan living in the UNHCR camps. They are confined there and they are still in fear, And same is the situation of the Ahmadiyya Muslims, So living there, they are persecuted in Pakistan. They left Pakistan and they seek asylum there in Sri Lanka with the UNHCR. And they are persecuted by the Muslim clerics and some of the politicians in Sri Lanka. So they have double type of persecution. So I hope you understand that also. And recently, for the respected special rapporteur, Dr. Fernand, that the 2 weeks ago, in Indonesia, the center of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community was vandalized, and police was standing there. So nothing has still yet happened, So these are the two things. And so I want to bring in your notice, and the International Human Rights Committee is worried that some steps, as some of the speakers has brought into your notice also, that now the time has come that such people, such governments, such politicians should be brought up to the justice, Something should happen now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So while we wait for the indications from other participants to take the floor, I would like to give the floor back to the panelists. So Farah already indicated that she would like to respond, but if Jue or Anchana want to take the floor as well, please indicate. So Farah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick point with regards to the previous presenter. Thank you very much for raising those very valid and important points. Of course, there are a number of minority groups in Sri Lanka. Christians, evangelical groups have been facing a lot of similar issues, violence, as Muslims have. I was listening to the previous panel, and there was a lady from, I think, a Tamil of Indian origin group that also spoke of their neglect within the Sri Lankan political constituencies. So there's a number of different small minority groups, and I also take your point about the Ahmadiyyas and how they struggle with the mainstream Muslim clerics and clergy and religious groups. Of course, my presentation was looking at the international system, and I drew on the examples of two ethnic groups. But one point that did bring up was that one of the weaknesses, I think, in the international human rights system, and this is understandable, there are so many millions of minority groups across the world. But one of the issues, and I found this in my work, is that the international actors particularly don't have enough knowledge and understanding of the wider landscape in different states of minorities. And there's often this situation where they might be advocating for the rights of one particular group at the expense of the other. That too can in fact lead to conflict, because within the state, the smaller minority groups might feel neglected, or they might feel that their issues are not taken up internationally. It leads to grievance and frustration. So I think one of the, perhaps the recommendation, and this is, we have to be careful not to overexhaust the international system with a lot of recommendations that are unreasonable, and we can see they're already struggling as it is. But one thing I think would be to look at perhaps organizations, institutions that work on minority rights, NGOs, international NGOs, can look at ways in terms of increasing the awareness and knowledge, particularly in conflict-affected countries, of the landscape of minorities. Who is there? What are their issues? How are they? What are the patterns of how they're being affected? And this is perhaps one way I think international organizations, not necessarily the UN, not the bodies, not the mechanisms, but say INGOs, can try to support the system better. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. Yes, Juliet, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to respond to Ms. Wang Xuedi's earlier short comment. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to state that it was, according to Chinese government's own released white paper of last year, that it has stated clearly that annually there are 1.27 million Uyghurs are passing through vocational trainings. And according to Chinese government's own population data, the Uyghur population in the Uyghur region, it's 11 million. And that in that case, that means 10% of the people are going through vocational trainings. So I'm just leaving the status right there. but those data are based on Chinese government's own released data. And according to researchers, in the single year of 2019, the birth rate of the Uyghur population have dropped over 24%. That's also one of the reasons, I guess, many of the countries have been declaring what is happening in the Uyghur region is genocide or crimes against humanity. And another point I would like to raise that not only there are data and reports on what has been happening in the Uyghur region, there's also a tremendous amount of satellite images, videos leaked, government official, government released documents, and testimonies, reports have been it's available on the internet. It's just a simple Google search. But I guess, well, from where I grew up, Beijing, having to use freely use Google, I will have to use VPN, which is considered illegal now in China. And another point that I would also like to make that in the end, Ms. Wang Xueji, when you mentioned that you'd like to invite everyone to be able to visit Xinjiang, I would like to do that personally. I was born and raised in Beijing. I lived there for 18 years. I was able to visit my family every other summer growing up back to in my hometown, but I can no longer do that freely anymore. And it's the same case to many, many Uyghurs, hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs overseas. We cannot return to our hometown freely, even though most of us are holding, including me, holding a Chinese passport. And I do see there are concerns for lots of foreign visitors. They will be concerned of visiting or getting a visa to enter the country, or let alone visit the region. Also, it is very clear that there's almost no possible way for people to enter the region without being monitored, without being arranged, without being watched, without being tailed. And also for another case that you also mentioned about the abuses are single cases. I wonder, I would recommend you visit the website Xinjiang Uyghur Victims Database. There are hundreds of thousands cases are documented on this website. All are from friends of or family members of people who have been disappeared or locked up in prison for unlawful reasons, and a lot of them, or majority of them, had decent jobs. And I have been personally doing interviews and talking with camp survivors, family members of prisoners. There are reports saying that people who had decent jobs are forced to work in Nike factories and different factories for food packaging, and a lot of them already had official jobs, stable life before. So yeah, these are my responses. Thank you very much for your patience. It's 4 a.m., 4:20 a.m. over here in Washington, D.C. So I had trouble organizing my thoughts, but thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, and the special thanks for staying with us in the early morning, such early morning. Okay, Anjana, would you like to respond to the intervention from the floor or the points made by other panelists? Okay, so now I would like to give the floor back to the participants. I see Faiz would like to raise a point. Faiz, you have the floor. And for other participants, please use the chat, the raising hand function if you would like to take the floor.
Hi, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to update you on a few developments in Afghanistan. You're aware of the situation there. Unfortunately, the violation of human rights is so gross there. You might have had the news there, but I'm just updating you on a few points. which are related to ethnic minorities in Afghanistan. In late July, in a matter of days, the Taliban terrorist group killed and wounded around 40 civilian members of the Hazara ethnic community. They tortured to death some of the men, and they had arrested. Women were raped, and there are also news that they had also chopped off the breast of some women. The Hazara Shia, the Hazaras are predominantly Shia Muslims, and the Taliban are exclusively the ethnic Pashtuns, and they are Sunni hardliners. The Hazara community has been systematically discriminated throughout the history. Around 60% of the members of the community were killed, enslaved, and forced to leave the country in 1890s. That is one of the most prominent genocide in the history of Afghanistan. There is historical enmity between the Hazaras and the Pashtuns. Now, as they have captured all of Afghanistan, they will push all other ethnic groups into a corner. You might have heard of the cabinet of the Taliban. They just announced they are exclusively from one ethnic group, and around 70 of the members of the ethnic the cabinet members are on the UN sanction list. Since 2014, there have been 60 targeted killings and suicide bombing on the Hazara ethnic group, killing and wounding thousands of people. There are also reports of ethnic cleansing attempts against the Panjshir Tajik community. They have just captured the Panjshir 2 days ago, and we also received horrible news of women being grabbed, men and elderly. They were tortured and killed. There are so many horrible news from Afghanistan, which are committed by the Taliban terrorist group against different ethnic groups, and in particular minority ethnic groups, and as well as religious communities in Afghanistan. The situation is really horrible and terrifying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faiz. I see Ambassador Dr. Hussain is, the camera is on. Would you like to take the floor?
Yes, good morning to all. I've just logged in, and I'm sorry for the delay because we had an internet and electricity problem here on our side in Lebanon. Can I make my intervention later on so I capture what was missed from my side? Is it possible?
Sure, we still have 30 minutes left, so that's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any hand raised at the moment. So either if the panelists would like to respond to the second round of interventions, and also I am wondering if Fernand would like to take the floor at this stage.
Thank you very much, Taisuke. I'll just say that I will take the floor at the very end of this panel. Thank you.
Great, it's noted. Now I see the hand from Mahbubul Hake. Please, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you very much for your time. Giving to us. So many religious minority community living in Bangladesh. I would like to say specifically Urdu-speaking minority. 10 member in a family. 10 member in a family. They were killed by the fire of a local political power structure in Bangladesh. There are also linguistic Urdu-speaking minority in Bangladesh, and this incident happened in 2014. still now the victim families, all members were killed. Only one girls are unfortunately saved, and she is working as young human rights activist with us. My question here: how to put a urgent appeal from different regional organizations and also UN bodies to ensure the justice of linguistic Urdu-speaking minority community in Bangladesh. Powerful local political parties involved with this incident. But still now there is not ensured the justice by the court. How to protect and prevent the linguistic minorities and also Shia communities in Bangladesh?
Thank you for your question, Andy. I will leave it to the panelists and special rapporteur to answer that question. And I would also like to remind you, the participants, that this session is on way forward towards the addressing gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts. So if you can make any concrete recommendations to this regard, it will be also appreciated. Now I see the hand from Dr. Evelina Ochap. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. During today's session, of course, we've had different stories of what is happening in Xinjiang to the Uyghurs, and just wanted to comment briefly on that as well. And of course, currently there is no UN mechanism with the mandate to collect and preserve evidence of the atrocities being perpetrated against the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in Xinjiang. While some evidence is being collected by researchers, NGOs, it is not clear whether this evidence, for example, is collected in a way and stored in a way that would enable its use in future proceedings if such proceedings were to happen. And there are also reports suggesting that some of the existing databases are being attacked in an attempt to destroy the evidence. And there are several mechanisms through which the UN can act, including at the levels of the UN Security Council, General Assembly, Human Rights Council. For example, in cases of Bosnia and Rwanda, the UN Security Council established commissions of experts to consider the available evidence, collect further information, and prepare an opinion to confirm the nature of the atrocities. And once the commission of experts confirmed that the atrocities in those cases amounted to genocide, that's when the UN Security Council established ad hoc tribunals to prosecute the perpetrators. And of course, another good example is from 2017. In response to the Daesh atrocities, the UN Security Council passed a resolution establishing an investigative team tasked with collecting, preserving, and storing evidence of the Daesh atrocities in Iraq. And the investigative team has received requests for assistance in domestic proceedings from 14 states, which is, of course, very wonderful example of very proactive and approach to ensuring justice where there are no international mechanisms to prosecute the perpetrators. However, where such an action was not possible through the UN Security Council and China would fall within this bracket, other UN organs have stepped up. For example, as the UN Security Council was infamously blocked on every meaningful action on the situation in Syria, predominantly because of Russian vetoes. In 2016, the UN General Assembly established the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism, so-called IIIM, for Syria. And the resolution establishing IIIM was strongly opposed by Syria. However, it was adopted by a recorded vote of 105 in favor, 15 against, 52 abstentions. And since its creation, IIIM has collected a significant amount of evidence and has been collaborating with 12 jurisdictions to enable domestic prosecutions based on the principle of universal jurisdiction. And lastly, similar investigative and evidence gathering mechanisms have been established by the UN Human Rights Council, most notably the Independent Investigative Mechanism for Myanmar, IIMM, in 2018, and more recently, a mechanism for Sri Lanka in 2021, yet to be established, of course. As such, UN organs reflect a significant legacy in establishing mechanisms to collect, preserve the evidence of atrocities. While states have been calling for unfettered access to Xinjiang, and China has been delaying it, it is crucial to recognize that A mechanism for evidence collection does not depend on access to the region. Indeed, as it is clear from the examples of IIIM, IIM, while these bodies have not been granted access to the region, they have been doing this work remotely and ensuring that a step towards justice is being taken. So a UN mechanism to collect and preserve evidence of the atrocities against the Uyghurs is the next crucial step and one that cannot be postponed. Without securing this evidence now, the prospects of justice in the future are zero. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your expertise and the summary of the presidents. I trust that the participants appreciate it. Now I would like to give the floor to Bitam, followed by, I will give the floor to Mahbub afterwards because you already spoke once. So I will give the floor to Jakin later and then followed by Mahbub. So please, Bitam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who has spoken today and yesterday, and the Special Rapporteur in particular, and the experts for sharing your views and recommendations. We wholeheartedly agree and support your recommendations, and I'm feeling hopeful. To begin with, I've noticed how many times the speaker has emphasised the role and responsibilities of civil societies to protect the human rights of minorities, and we agree. However, we do believe the UN needs to create more of a constructive engagement for civil societies within the UN. While we believe that being able to share our inputs in conferences like this and events like this and how powerful it is, we do believe there is an opportunity to further engage with civil societies and utilise their expertise. For instance, with this conference, we are talking about the need to protect human rights of minorities. So we need to ensure that we hear from societies who are representing these minorities all over different conferences, different areas, and we take their recommendations further and work with them more effectively. This is something we've also brought up at the Human Rights Council and will continue to do. Firstly, we believe that the 1992 definition of minorities is not sufficient enough to cover the discrimination people face during conflict. We believe there needs to be an updated definition to ensure that is protecting minority groups such as the LGBTQIA community, people with disabilities, and ensure that it highlights the discrimination of intersectionality. As mentioned by many of the speakers, all women are at risk during conflict. However, minority women face a larger risk, again, of gender-based violence, such as rape, sterilisation, female genitalia mutilation, and much more. We as Sikh Human Rights Group are continuing to push the adoption of a declaration on diversity. This will update the definition of minorities and will be more inclusive of marginalised people from around the globe. We cannot stress enough the importance of the adoption of a declaration on diversity in order to protect the human rights of minorities. The declaration will promote many of the sentiments of the Durban Declaration and Programme of Action of 2001. It will bring together proposals for positive programmes to strengthen the rights approach to ending discrimination. Those states who sign up to this Declaration on Diversity will adopt positive programmes of bringing greater awareness of diversity and promoting inclusion within states and non-states institutions, and encourage society to be comfortable with diversity so that people do not feel marginalised or discriminated against. The declaration will do what all the speakers have been saying needs to happen to prevent conflict and protect the human rights of minorities, which is hold states and societies accountable to embrace diversity and push for people to coexist with one another rather than to barely tolerate, as seen in states of conflict. As the Special Rapporteur has said, we are creating a world that is viewing equality as trying to treat everyone as an identical rather than recognising people are different and ensuring that their livelihood is accepted, accommodated for, and they are bare minimum protected as by the state. This declaration will encourage states to bring attention to programs they have adopted to positively make its population more comfortable with diversity through the UN. The world community can work together to further take forward the work of its many agencies in the field of diversity and work together again with these civil societies. The only only way to truly address gaps in human rights mechanisms to protect minorities and prevent conflicts is by introducing a declaration that recognises all minorities and marginalised groups, a declaration that will encourage states and societies to celebrate diversity amongst humankind, and encourage people to live in coexistence rather than merely tolerate, or at worst let them suffer in times of conflict and civil unrest. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to give the floor to Kim Makan, followed by Mahbub Hake and the ambassador. So Kim Makan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I apologize. I want to say thank you so much for all of the interventions and the opportunity to speak. And I apologize that I don't have a polished recommendation except to, in my personal capacity and not speaking as a coalition as a whole, I'd like to second the recommendations of Dr. Ochab and of Ms. Walters just now, particularly in considering the role of additional international investigative mechanisms and the potential to document and prepare for prosecution matters related to human rights abuses, so that the prosecution may happen domestically or under universal jurisdiction, or in future if there are also not necessarily in prosecution, but in future truth-telling opportunities. And to Ms. Walters' points and to Farah's points, the importance, reiterating the importance of having a two-way communication with local civil society, and the ability to ask questions and engage and provide international actors the benefit of their lived experience and obviously their firsthand knowledge. I thank you and I cede the floor.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to Mahbub, and followed by the ambassador.
Yes, thank you very much again to allow me. And just I would like to mention one thing that, linguistic Urdu speaking minority in Bangladesh, they are also national minority like this after liberation or 1971 in Bangladesh and Pakistan. Some Pakistani people, they are living in Geneva camp, like Geneva camp in Bangladesh is the shelter of the Pakistani community in Bangladesh after liberation, or they did not move to Pakistan. They still now living in Bangladesh, but more than 15 years they are living in Bangladesh, and they did not move to Pakistan. Bangladesh government already give their national ID card, but they didn't. Bangladesh government they cannot allow a passport for international movement. And also linguistic Urdu speaking minority, they are facing challenges like their access to public services, access to education, access to social safety net program, access to accommodation, and only small room. They are 7 to 9 family members living in a room. They are very much critical condition to their living condition in here, and so that they are facing historical discrimination in here. So we have to work collectively to prevention and protection the rights of the linguistic minority in here, and it can be a locally, nationally, regionally, and internationally. We have to raise voice against the historical discrimination, and this is good opportunity, this platform and wonderful discussion we have learned from this year, new knowledge, and this can be a opportunity for us to make a collective voice to work together for the fight against discrimination. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador Busaid, followed by Siti Kasim, and I would like to remind participants that we only have 15 minutes left. So if we can stick to 2 minutes, that would be great, so that we can have enough time for the concluding remarks from the panelists and the special rapporteur. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Fernandez, for giving us the floor also today. And I'm sorry, as I said, of the non-following due to the breakdown in Lebanon. The matter of fact, I'm going to light quickly on two states that I'm being following as ambassador at large to the Middle East and Africa on behalf of the International Human Rights Commission and on behalf of the International Human Rights Council. And meantime, I would like to call your following with us, Dr. Fernand, if possible, on these issues, because really we've been struggling and we've been working hard on these matters to light on violations on minorities in many states, but I'm going to restrain it into Syria and Saudi Arabia. As it is known that in Syria we have faced a lot of problems, and we might be facing in the coming days also a lot of problems in this matter. I would like to make it clear from the beginning that we are against all type and sort of violation, whether it comes from the state or from the oppositions or from any elsewhere that are using excess of force to intimidate civilians and killing civilians, children, women, and all this kind of harassment that they are being exercising, whether it is in Syria or in Saudi Arabia. In Syria, we have witnessed also, and would like to light on very briefly, on the falsification of the media that went out through a lot of television, worldwide television, mentioning that some of the mass killing was done in minorities area, that we find out later on that it was not true. And then later on, we had the statement from the British Foreign Ministry admitting that the White Helmet, in accordance with the BBC, they created all this media falsification just for political reasons.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, okay. Now this is for Syria. Now in Saudi Arabia, we have the violation that is going on in Al-Qatif by the Saudi government. And also this is something very bad. We witnessed yesterday they hanged a young fellow without any tribunal court. And this is being going on a lot in that area that is of a certain religious aspect. Okay, there are minorities in Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you. So I had to say that the last speaker will be Siti Kasim, because I already announced that that will be the final round of the interventions. And I will give the floor back to the panelists and then the special reporter. Siti, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of my colleagues here. I just want to say something from the perspective of Malaysia. Yeah, I'm a Malay Muslim. I always notice our government, I'm not sure about others, but they always use this, they will adopt the UN proposals or laws or whatever, provided based on our own cultural sort of acceptance. I think that is really something that the UN should look at, because this is an excuse to give us a full human rights, to embrace full human rights, universal human rights provided by the UN. More often they deny our rights because of this using the cultural sort of differences. This is not this is decided by the government, and you must understand from Malaysian perspective, the government control us in everything with regards to our belief. And as a Malay, I am the worst sort of citizen, because I have to follow the narrative of the government. Okay, we can't even embrace our own kind of Islam. It has to be the government version of Islam. So there are discrimination, minorities, not just the non-Malays, the non-Muslims, the Orang Asli, but also amongst the Malays, we are being oppressed in Malaysia. So, I just hope the UN representative, the special rapporteur, realize that using this that special cultural differences then only they can adopt is not accepted by most of our rakyat, our citizens. Sorry. Thank you very much. That's all I just want to say from Malaysian perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and I apologize for the remaining hand, but the time is limited, and we only have 10 minutes left. So if you want to add any comments, please use the chat box so that everyone can hear you. So now I'd like to give the floor to the panelists for their concluding remarks. So the first, I would like to give the floor to Anchana. Anchana, please, you have the floor.
Me first?
Yes.
For the sustainable peace and preventing human rights abuse minority group, I think we need to support and urge all conflict parties join and engage in peace process. It's very important. It is the right time to encourage them to join the peace process because of the COVID-19 pandemic attack across the Asians. And people also suffer from human security and national security for so long, and this time need to find a way of to make a sustainable peace by the peace process, because of the human rights of your minority happen because of the conflict in the Asian region. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Farah, you have the floor for the final remark.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all the presenters and the panelists today as well for your very interesting contributions. I have been just listening to all these presentations, and it made me reflect on the process I went through to write my presentation. I rewrote it several times over because when I started it, I was so overwhelmed by the situation in Sri Lanka, what we've been through, and the knowledge that what Sri Lanka has gone through and is going through continues to ripple in so many different countries. We are hearing from Anjana and Jua. We've heard from Afghanistan what's going on. This is a trend we are hearing across Asia of what minorities go through. And there is a sense of desperation, as Fernandez would have picked up from here, particularly in countries which are already in conflict. And it was quite difficult to kind of pull myself back and think of conflict prevention, because many of us here are speaking in contexts where conflicts are already taking place. And we are struggling, and we are pushing for the survival and the existence of our communities, for their rights to be protected. But just to not to overburden you, Fernandez, but perhaps later something you would need to consider is in existing conflicts where atrocity crimes are taking place, the issues minorities face, and some focus on that topic. But to draw attention back to today's topic, which is conflict prevention and the limitations of international mechanisms, I think I go back to my recommendations of recognizing the importance of early warning, how we can see trends, patterns, violations, documenting them, strengthening, supporting, working with civil societies in countries to recognize the link between minority rights violations, how minorities are specifically targeted and attacked, how these can be documented, monitored, and reported, particularly in countries that haven't signed and ratified treaties, that are not part of the international system. There may not be constant reporting to see how minorities can be protected and the link with conflict prevention. So I go back to my recommendations there, but I urge you, Special Rapporteur, to also consider contexts where conflicts are continuing and there are real threats, particularly towards atrocity crimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Farah. And Joy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As I As I briefly mentioned in my speech, the problem of corporate complicity in the Uyghur forced labor extends far beyond the apparel industry, the solar industry, food industry. It's all heavily complicit. And in order to solve the problem now, we need everybody to act together and to join this cause together. And it is very difficult to have international community try to hold such a powerful state accountable. But what we can do is that what we can solve is to hold our own corporations, own companies accountable. And therefore, I encourage every individual of you start action from now. It doesn't matter which country you're from, doesn't matter what ethnic minority background you are, doesn't matter which religious group you are from. We're all the same, we're all humans, and this is not one person's fight or one community's fight. This is the fight for, all of us. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much to you. Now I'd like to give the floor to the Special Rapporteur for his reflection on the discussion. So please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to thank you, Taisuke, for your very deft, very capable handling of this forum and this particular panel, and also all the panelists. I think what you've accomplished is to make the situation real. We heard testimonies of the reality of conflict, that human beings are being hurt, raped, killed, and that we are experiencing in different parts of the world massive atrocities. And I don't think it's acknowledged enough who are the main victims. The main victims of atrocities are usually minorities, particularly women, and those who are most vulnerable. And the world has become, and I think we have to say this, I think I have to say this, the world has become a more intolerant place. It's become more hateful and more violent, in fact. Tolerance is not enough. We hear sometimes of the importance of tolerance. The tolerance doesn't go very far, does it? We need inclusion. We need the celebration, the acceptance of diversity, which human rights, international human rights standards, is part of the formula to try to actually find a way where our human differences are not seen as a threat, but simply something part of our humanity. We are different, and these differences should not be the basis, in fact, for denial of rights and respect and dignity. I was very pleased to hear of a declaration on diversity, and I'm hoping that I will be involved in that in the future. I just want to use a word of caution. I've often heard diversity mentioned, but then minorities are omitted from the concept of diversity. That might sound odd, but it actually points to perhaps at a failure that we can also even see at the United Nations. Much of the conflict prevention strategy and mechanisms of the United Nations do not actually refer to minorities. And to me, this is almost inconceivable. It is a gap, an omission which needs to be addressed. And some of you have actually referred to that. Since most conflicts around the world today are internal conflicts, and most of these internal conflicts involve ethnic groups or minorities or religious groups, it would seem necessary to focus on the nature and the causes of most of these conflicts that quite often involve minorities that feel that they have grievances that cannot be addressed in any other way. So I do feel that, as has been mentioned, that much more can be done within the UN system and mechanisms and strategy to address conflict prevention where it's most needed. The focus of the United Nations should be quite often, not exclusively, but quite often, on the situations where these conflicts emanate, usually or quite often involving minorities. And I was very impressed by Farah's suggestions in this regard. And I think I look forward to working with you and all of you, in fact, in trying to raise awareness and visibility of minority issues in the Security Council, in the Human Rights Council, the General Assembly, and others, because that specific element is often neglected or forgotten. And I think it might surprise some of you when I say this, but it is something that we need to work together. As a special rapporteur, I have a degree of independence. I am within the UN system and outside it at the same time. And I think it's important to be able to work with you, civil society, minority organizations, so those that are also on the ground directly and know exactly what has happened. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to bring up, for example, two very quick points. I raised the issue recently of Afghanistan and the ethnic dimension in Afghanistan and the religious one, that religious and ethnic minorities are at the receiving end of a kind of majoritarian Pashtun religious intolerance that is being represented by the Taliban. And I was quite shocked to hear a number of UN officials say, Afghanistan is too complex for us. We're not going to look into this very closely. We have too much on our plates. And I think this is where there's a lot more that needs to be obviously addressed. Expertise has to be developed. But I was quite surprised at this kind of reaction. And it shows that we, civil society and others, have to work much more strongly together to actually make sure that in the conflict prevention agenda and strategy of the United Nations, we really focus where it's most needed. And this is in the areas where you have minorities who tend to be the victims of massive atrocities, of hate speech in social media, and even attempts at genocide. Finally, and perhaps surprisingly, I just wanted to let you know that even this regional forum is more of a private initiative. The regional forum is an activity under my mandate, but which has been organized through or with a number mainly of civil society organizations, including IMADER, of which Taisuke is an official, and the Tom Lantos Institute. I am trying to make the regional forums a permanent official United Nations activity, but right now they are not. And that just shows to you that we at the United Nations really have to do a lot more in terms of mainstreaming the human rights of minorities as a conflict prevention tool, but also in other areas that need to be addressed much more effectively by the United Nations if we are going to ensure that equality of rights and dignity applies to everyone, including minorities. Once again, I must commend you on an extremely interesting panel and also an extremely touching panel, because I think it also showed to us the reality of individuals, human beings, mothers, fathers, children, who are being affected, hurt, and even killed because of our inability to prevent conflicts. Once again, merci beaucoup à vous tous. Thanks to all of you and to Taisuke and the panelists. I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernand, and I'd also like to echo your thanks to the panelists and the participants. It was a great pleasure to chair this discussion. Before conclude, let me make an announcement that the next session will be actually the final opportunity for everyone to make comments on the recommendations which will be formulated from this visual forum. The draft recommendations will be presented, and then we will discuss about them. So it will take place 19 minutes after this session, so 12:30 in the Geneva time. And then I encourage everyone to be there and then contribute to the recommendations. Thank you very much once again, and we look forward to work with you. And have a nice day and a nice evening to most of you in Asia Pacific.
Okay, thank you very much, Finance. Thank you very much. Thank you. See you soon. Meeting? Yes. Thank you, Farah. Thank you. But I was
Hello, Marcus. Do you want to check your audio before the next session starts?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, hear you fine. Thank you. We can start on time at past. So Anna Maria, would you like to check your audio as well?
Yes, yes.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Perfect. So we can start on time at past.
Yes.
Perfect.
Excellency Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of this third Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, Program Manager of the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants through the Zoom share screen function. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should send their comments via the Zoom chat function, specifying the number of the recommendation. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. These will then be made publicly available on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info following the regional forum. It is my pleasure now to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. Excellencies, distinguished participants, experts, and minority and civil society spokespersons and representatives. Bienvenue tout le monde. Welcome back, everyone. The end is near. During much of yesterday and today, you, members, especially I should say, of the Tom Lantos Institute and others connected with my mandate, have been working in the background to assess, analyze, collate, and summarize, I think, some 50, and actually more, draft recommendations, which will now be read out in the next hour. Now, let me perhaps just clarify a few points. First, the sources of these recommendations are, well, quite simply, they are you, experts, the moderators, those who intervene, those who sent written submissions for recommendations, some of them, in fact, made prior to the beginning of the regional forum, and some obviously made during these 2 days. What has happened is that all of these recommendations which have been received, that were submitted and received, were collated by the team, the Tom Lantos team members and others, as to reach this list of recommendations that will be presented to you in a few moments. Some duplicates were excluded, and it was attempted that the recommendations would be clustered along thematic lines as much as possible, of course. In the end, eventually, I, as special rapporteurs, will have to make the ultimate decision as to the final set of recommendations. And obviously, there might have been recommendations which really had little or no connection to the theme and the objectives of these regional forums. So those would have had to be put aside, unfortunately, although they can be used or referred to later in terms of perhaps some of my other activities. So the recommendations will, as I think Ana Maria just mentioned, will further be available at the website of the Tom Lantos Institute, but also the website of my mandate at the United Nations, and will be used to feed into and be considered at the 14th or this year's United Nations Forum on Minority Issues to be held in Geneva on the 2nd and 3rd of December on the same theme and roughly along the same division in terms of the content, the specific content which has been considered during each panel. So a final report will be referring, final report emanating from me, will be referring to all of the regional recommendations. Remember, we have 4 regional forums this year in all parts of the world. We had the first one in the Americas in April, the second one in Africa and the Middle East in June, This one for Asia Pacific in September, and next month will be the regional forum for Europe. So all of these will be recommendations emanating from these regional forums will be contained in my final report to the United Nations Human Rights Council, which will occur in March of next year. And in addition, remember, this is a process. In addition, hopefully the recommendations will assist also in drafting a United Nations practical guide on how to achieve peace through justice, through the protection of the human rights of minorities in order to help prevent violent conflicts. By the way, by preventing conflicts, it is one of the most effective ways also to prevent atrocities. So without further ado, I think I am to turn the floor over to Mr. Marcus Oda of the Tom Lantos Institute to present the next steps in the process of the looking into the content and form of the recommendations emanating from this regional forum. Marcus, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernand. I'm now going to share my screen, so the recommendations should be visible to everyone. Hopefully it's now visible for everyone. So I'll start with the recommendations that we received under the theme of norms to recognize, including in constitutions,
I think we seem to have some technical problems right now. If I think we can probably resolve those technical issues in a few moments. If everyone should be just a little bit. Thank you.
Yes, I think so. Maybe I could start reading up the recommendations in the meantime.
Anna Maria, I'm here. My computer just or something.
Okay, then please do start. And just to remind participants that they should make their recommendations per each and every recommendation via comments. Okay, I'll start it again. So we would like to remind all participants to make their comments via the Zoom chat function per each recommendation as it is read out. Thank you. Marcus, is everything okay now?
We just need like 30 seconds to get the recommendations file on the screen. So
on the screen again. Yeah. Okay, no problem. We have time. We have 50 recommendations. Maybe we can share that in advance all together. And we will share it on the screen in a moment. Yes.
Okay, I think we're ready again. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem.
So I'll begin with the recommendations we received under the theme of norms, structures, and implementation of human rights, minority rights, and indigenous rights. Number one, states should recognize, including in constitutions, ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity, and incorporate respect for such diversity in law, policy, and in the practice of state institutions in line with international standards enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Number two, constitutional recognition and protection of minority rights should be guaranteed to mitigate the problem of homogeneous nation building in majoritarian terms. This will counterbalance majoritarian governance with safeguards, recognition, and protection of minority rights, thereby reducing tensions that may lead to violent conflicts. Number 3, when necessary, states should draft new laws to ensure protections for minority groups and amend or discriminatory laws and structures that formalize ethnic, religious, linguistic, and caste discrimination, prejudice and persecution, inequality, or exclusion. Number 4, states must end retaliation, including assassination, defamation, prosecution, or intimidation against human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, and others working to promote and protect the human rights of minorities. Number 5, states should not ignore or reject violations of the human rights of minorities under the context of national security concerns, including counterterrorism or pandemic prevention measures. Number 6, states should ensure that the bodies and individuals responsible for implementation of mechanisms employed to protect and promote human rights, including the rights of minorities, have a clear understanding of their work, their obligations, their mandate, and the oath of the office that they hold. This can also be achieved by capacity building, putting in place training and education of key organs of the state, such as the judiciary, police, and law enforcement and agencies, to ensure that they work towards fulfillment of the rights of all minorities. Number 7, states should ensure that the 3-part test, legality, legitimacy, and necessity, including proportionality, for permissible restrictions of rights also applies to measures to address cases of incitement to hatred against minorities, and set a high threshold for restrictions of the right to freedom of expression in line with Articles 19.3 and 22 of the ICCPR and Human Rights Committee General Comment 34. Number 8, states should repeal blasphemy and anti-conversion laws in view of their disproportionate impact on religious minorities in relation to the enjoyment of their right to freedom of religion or belief and on their ability to engage in a healthy dialogue about religion. Number 9, states should promote the implementation of Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Number 10, in compliance with international human rights standards, states should allow UN mandate holders to visit the countries of the region to allow them to assist in effectively addressing these challenges.
Marcus, just a moment, please. We had a request to enlarge the screen. Is it possible? Because people cannot see the writing.
Anna Maria, this is Sean. We're just switching computers for Marcus, so he has better access to the screen. Will be 30 seconds.
Okay, can you enlarge the screen, please? A little bit more, if it is possible, to enlarge the screen. Yes. Yeah, even more, if it's possible to enlarge it a little bit more. And a little, yes. Is it, yeah, yes, thank you. Yes, yes, we already got the feedback that it was much better. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about the technical problems.
I'll continue now.
Yeah.
So number 11.
Number 10, I think. Yeah.
There's like a lot of like...
Or number 9, number 9.
Okay, I hope everyone can hear me again. I'll continue with number 10. In compliance with international human rights standards, States should allow UN mandate holders to visit the countries of the region to allow them to assist in effectively addressing these challenges. Number 11, states, national human rights institutions, and civil society organizations should cooperate and build networks across the Asia-Pacific region to protect and promote the human rights of minorities. Regional minority protection regimes, including norms and mechanisms, should be developed to strengthen international cooperation on the human rights of minorities. Number 12, international organizations should strengthen the review and monitoring of existing minority rights enshrined in relevant international and regional instruments. Number 13, international organizations, private foundations, and states should specifically support the capacity building of civil society organizations of minority groups for monitoring, advocacy, and strengthening of their human rights. Number 14, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues and other relevant mandate holders, such as the Special Rapporteur of Freedom of Religion or Belief, should work together with the UN Office on Prevention of Genocide and Responsibility to Protect to develop an early warning mechanism to monitor and respond to specific targeting of minorities, violations of minority rights, and identify trends and patterns that could lead to conflict and serious international crimes. This could be based on the current framework for analysis of atrocity crimes, but more specifically designed toward minority protection and conflict prevention. This framework should have a tiered response system, which requires action by different levels of the international human rights framework, depending on threat levels. This system should be developed together with minority civil society representatives, and their capacity should be strengthened to monitor and report on human rights violations of minorities. In doing so, systems must also be put in place to ensure the security of minority rights, activists, and effective protection in case of reprisal attacks. Number 15, the United Nations should ensure cooperation with the International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice, and any other courts, and provide them with all information on relevant conflicts, including in relation to atrocity crimes committed against minorities under international criminal law. The next set of recommendations fall under the theme of equality, non-discrimination, and intersectionality. Number 16, states should establish national human rights institutions, equality bodies, or ombudsman offices that have autonomy and sufficient budgets to ensure the regular implementation and monitoring of anti-discrimination legislation. Such institutions should ensure the effective participation of minorities and indigenous peoples and their organizations, including at the grassroots level, in monitoring mechanisms and practices, and should function without discrimination against minority and indigenous groups. Number 17, states should promote respect for minority groups and protect them from stigmatization and hate speech in the public sphere in accordance with international human rights standards. Number 18, states should develop and/or improve relevant laws and regulations to protect the rights and interests of minority women in marital relations and family life. In particular, minority women should be given preference according to their needs and special situations in matters related to divorce and the division of property. Number 19, all stakeholders developing and implementing advocacy and programmatic interventions for minority and indigenous women should recognize the intersectionality of discrimination on the basis of gender and other protected characteristics, and that women are an invaluable resource for their own communities in preventing conflicts. The next theme is recognizing and accommodating ethnic, religious, and linguistic diversity. Number 20, colonial rule and the decolonization process, which most states in the region experienced, are closely linked to protracted conflicts involving minorities in those states. Initiatives to ameliorate the condition of minorities in these states must pay attention to the lasting effect of colonial legacies and the historical injustices experienced by minorities, and the way they continue to shape interethnic relations and conflicts, and should formulate appropriate policies accordingly. Number 21, the issue of minorities is intrinsically connected to the very creation of the state and thereby to the stability of the international order. Therefore, the special status of national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities compared to other vulnerable social groups, which also experience discrimination on the basis of protected characteristics, should be acknowledged legally and politically. Number 22, states should promote the cultural, religious, and linguistic heritage of minorities and indigenous peoples and protect them from identity-based discrimination, hostility, violence, and attempts at assimilation. Number 23, despite wide-ranging commonalities in the way violations of minority rights can lead to tension and violent conflicts, each case is also informed by unique political and economic histories of respective states. Thus, in dealing with minority issues, country-specific measures should be developed in collaboration with local stakeholders, in particular minorities, albeit within the broader international normative framework. Number 24, country-specific legal frameworks should be developed to accommodate regional autonomy and other power-sharing arrangements to allow minority groups to have greater say in matters that concern them. Necessary measures should be taken to safeguard the individual human rights of minority group members, including women, in this regard.
Marcus, would you like to take a little break? Take a breath. Okay, we are at the half of our recommendations. We can continue now.
Okay. The next theme of recommendations is ensuring effective participation in public, political, economic, social, and cultural life. Number 25, states should ensure the effective participation of minorities, including minority women and youth, and their representatives in the development, implementation, and monitoring of laws and policies affecting them, including special measures. Historic discrimination, marginalization, and socioeconomic inequality experienced by minorities and indigenous peoples, including minority and indigenous women and youth, need to be addressed by these laws and policies. Number 26, states should guarantee the full voting rights and effective political participation of minorities and indigenous peoples in accordance with Article 2 of the UNDM. Number 27, to ensure minority representation in political decision-making, alternative methods of representation, such as consociationalism and other forms of power sharing, should be considered beyond traditional democratic models. Number 28, given that traditional economic development activities often involve corruption and disproportionately exploit minority land and resources, thereby leading to conflicts, anti-corruption measures need to be enacted and minority groups must be integrated in development decision-making at all stages. Number 29, states should ensure and promote fair employment of minorities, including minority women, so that possible direct or indirect discrimination against minorities in employment can be prevented or reduced. Number 30, minority women should be included in peace processes, which should reflect their demands and include remedies for unequal treatment or infringement of their rights. Number 31, states should develop and implement priority social programs for minorities in the fields of education, health, and employment that include focused interventions, budgetary support, and their quota allocations. The next theme is stateless and displaced minority and indigenous groups. Number 32, states should ensure access to education, health services, and other basic needs of minorities and indigenous peoples who are displaced during conflicts. United Nations should provide technical assistance to states for the provision of such services and basic needs during conflicts. Number 33, states should cease the practice of withdrawal of citizenship, particularly from minorities, which renders them stateless and unable to exercise their citizenship and human rights. This practice exacerbates tensions and leads to instability and violence. The next theme is education. Number 34, states should promote cultural, religious, and linguistic diversity, including relating to minority culture, history, heritage, and their contributions to society in national curricula. Number 35, states should ensure equal access to and non-discrimination in education for minorities, including minority women and youth. Number 36, non-governmental organizations should carry out capacity building activities for minorities and provide them with education on domestic and international mechanisms that can be used as tools for the protection of minority rights. The next theme is health. Number 37, states should ensure equal and non-discriminatory access to critical health services to avoid further marginalization of minorities and indigenous peoples, including displaced communities, which can be a source of tension and conflict. The next theme is access to justice. Number 38, States should ensure that perpetrators, including members of armed forces and the police, of human rights violations against minorities and indigenous peoples are brought to justice. States should combat impunity for crimes committed against minority women and girls by investigating and prosecuting the crimes of rape and sexual violence. Number 39, the United Nations should provide technical assistance to domestic judicial systems by providing training and capacity building assistance to prosecute the crimes of rape, sexual violence, and genocide committed against minorities and indigenous peoples, and rape and sexual violence as genocidal methods. The next theme is data collection. Number 40, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues should conduct a joint study with the Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism and Human Rights on the targeting of minorities as part of counterterrorism measures and how this contributes to conflicts. Number 41, international organizations, states, and civil society should conduct in-depth analyses and collect relevant data on violence and conflict to uncover their underlying causes and to prevent violence reoccurring. Number 42, ASEAN should establish a regional monitoring mechanisms to collect data on human rights violations committed against minorities. Number 43, the United Nations should continue to establish mechanisms for monitoring, collecting, and preserving evidence on specific conflict situations, similar to the international, impartial, and independent mechanism for Syria and the independent investigative mechanism for Myanmar. Such mechanisms should ensure regular communication and cooperation with local civil society as the best source of knowledge and expertise. In cases where it is not possible to establish such mechanisms, commissions of inquiry or fact-finding missions should be used to monitor the situation. The last theme is conflict prevention and resolution measures. Number 44. All parties to conflicts should respect the principles of international humanitarian law and have a commitment to use peace negotiation processes and open dialogue to end conflicts. Any conflict analysis framework should incorporate indicators on minority rights. Number 45, states should establish comprehensive mechanisms to identify, monitor, analyze, and respond to early warning signs of atrocity crimes in accordance with their obligation to prevent genocide in accordance with Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Number 46, states should establish peace processes, including quick response teams, various forms of local mediation, and ceasefire mechanisms that ensure the meaningful involvement and effective participation of affected minority groups, and refrain from the securitization of minority issues and groups by considering them inter alia as terrorists or threats to national security. Number 47, states should address root causes of conflicts, including but not limited to violations of the human rights of minorities, unresolved disputes, absence of justice and rule of law, and lack of inclusive socioeconomic development. Number 48, states should design post-violence, truth, justice, and reconciliation programs with the effective participation of the minority communities affected. And they should be aimed at empowering minority victims and providing justice and reparations, as well as restoring their dignity. Strategies in post-violence settings should be designed to reflect the interlinked and mutually reinforcing nature of development, peace, and security, and human rights issues affecting minorities. Number 49, international organizations and states should provide minorities and indigenous peoples who are victims of human rights violations during conflicts with adequate assistance, including by exploring domestic and international avenues to provide comprehensive assistance, including medical and psychological assistance, financial assistance, and assistance to rebuild their lives. Number 50, experts and civil society organizations should establish a working group to monitor violations of the human rights of minorities in the region in accordance with international standards. And that concludes the recommendations, and I apologize again for the technical difficulties.
It always happens. Normally it's me, but this time it was you, not a problem. We concluded with that, the list of recommendations. Thank you very much. Marcus, I would also like to thank to my colleagues, in particular to Evelyn Verhaas, Sean Waller and Nikki Crow, who have worked in the background for a successful conclusion of this meeting. So we now have the final list of recommendations from the Asia Pacific Regional Forum 2021. I would like to thank you for everyone who proposed recommendations and comments on these recommendations. I saw the comments, they were all noted, and they will be taken into consideration. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the special rapporteur. And finally, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne for the last time for his concluding remarks. Over to you, Fernand.
Thank you very much, Köszönöm. Excellencies, distinguished experts and guests, mesdames et messieurs, first, congratulations and thank you. I start with congratulations because they've been 2 days of fruitful and thoughtful discussions on what is obviously very complex issues. And also thanking you for your sharing of your expertise and insights, and of course, preparing these recommendations. Now, they've been noted and we'll continue working on them in light of your comments and suggestions. And I particularly noted that a number of the recommendations were specifically destined for me as special rapporteur. In a number of ways, in many ways, actually, you've exceeded our hopes and expectations. But I think, in a sense, the regional forum, which has been the most well-organized and operating with only a few technical challenges, but really not many. It can be a challenge sometimes when we're talking with such a vast and complex region as the Asia Pacific, but it seems that this forum proceeded surprisingly smoothly. So to all of you for helping make this possible and moving forward so smoothly by respecting the requested measures to keep this working efficiently, once again, bravo. What was perhaps also striking, and which I would like to share with you, is the very high level of interest and participation. It was hoped that we might have at least 100 or 150 participants, but in the end, there were more than 200 registered participants. People, of course, come in and out during the 2 days of the regional forum. But we actually had a significant number of participation, including views at YouTube, and also the participation of a number of national governments, as well, obviously, as minority experts and representatives and others. So congratulations all around in this very high level of interest and organization, including from civil society and other groups that help organize this event. Now, before we proceed, there is one general observation which I'd like to make, and which I think comes out from some of the discussions and reactions, as well as the recommendations which have been received. In many countries, inequality is increasing. And while it seems that some of it has been maybe exacerbated by the effects of the pandemic, many societies around the world are not becoming more just. They're not becoming more stable, nor equal, nor inclusive in recent years. And to be very blunt, minorities and indigenous peoples are once again disproportionately those who are being left behind, those who are the victims of discrimination, some of it intentional, much of it institutional, systematic. There has perhaps not been sufficient emphasis on respecting the human rights of those most vulnerable, including especially minority women, Ahmadis, Rohingya, Hazara, Shia, Christians, Muslim, Buddhists, Burakumin, Uyghurs, and Tibetans, and other minorities. What I think was striking, and something I certainly retain, was the frustration with, well, the existing regional and international mechanisms and platforms. Often, and I retain this, I heard this, often they do not seem to be able to assure that the rights of everyone, including especially minorities, and those defending human rights are equally protected, or they simply don't seem to be implemented or effective, as we've heard. So it would seem for some that the human rights of the most vulnerable and marginalized continue to be ignored, and even violated, which means that these people, often even the defenders of minorities, their human rights are abused, even at sometimes these individuals will be subjected to violence, as we've heard, and even killed, with little consequences for the perpetrators and those responsible. And so sometimes it seems, and we did hear this also, that the noble intentions and goals contained in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, despite this, we run the risk of going backwards in addressing the root causes of violent conflict, because long-standing grievances of minorities, as we've heard time and time again, including indigenous people, still run the risk of being disproportionately unaddressed, because their human rights, the human rights dimensions of protecting those most in need of protection, are simply not working sufficiently, or even not working at all. And these are among the prime conditions for creating the environment where violent conflicts can erupt. And as many of you pointed out in different ways, without justice, there is no peace. The second general observation that I wanted to make from the recommendations is that while many of them were general, there was, in my view, a clear message that minorities still feel largely ignored, unprotected, and marginalized and excluded, and that the United Nations and governments are still not doing enough to recognize the particular vulnerability of these groups, and not enough to ensure that everyone's human rights are protected equally, and that the specific marginalization and vulnerability of these groups need to be addressed, and their human rights much more clearly set out and protected. So the message, in a sense, is of the need to focus on those that are particularly targeted and vulnerable if you want to effectively tackle the most serious situations of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination. And it is, well, in a sense, to give another example, even though it's in another region of the world, it's a difference between All Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter in the United States. Of course, all lives matter, but some lives are more threatened than others. Some are more vulnerable and subjected to systemic injustice, racism, and discrimination. And unless this imbalance, even in terms of focus, is addressed directly, you're not going to have the necessary measures and focus which are needed most. And these will not be effectively identified and put into place. I think someone mentioned that the human rights of minorities also must be mainstreamed in the platforms, the strategies of the United Nations to help in this evolution, to help where it is most needed right now. And because clearly at this moment, it is not currently mainstreamed. As a matter of fact, and I referred to it earlier, even the United Nations conflict prevention strategy is essentially silent on the importance of focusing and addressing the specific vulnerability of minorities. What I also retain from these recommendations is, amongst others, that the United Nations and governments must do more to recognize these vulnerable and marginalized groups specifically, especially minorities who are most vulnerable to the whims and prejudices or biases of majoritarian nationalism, or the nationalism of those who are dominant. And much more must be done to better recognize the legal protection and implement the fundamental human rights of minorities, because what we have in place right now is insufficient and even inadequate. Conceptually, there is much more that could be said, and I noted that even among some of our panelists, there may have been some misunderstanding on the concept of minorities, because I did hear the suggestion that the concept, the definition of minority was problematic. I'm not going to get into that issue right now, I'd like to point out to you that I actually prepared 2 reports on the concept of minorities for the United Nations General Assembly in 2019 and 2020, and it's not so problematic. But once again, I do want to highlight to you that it is from the point of view, the general point of view of the United Nations and World Bank, at least in their 2017 study on the root causes of conflicts around the world, that group-based grievances are amongst the main causes that can lead to violent conflicts around the world. And this concept of group-based grievances actually refers implicitly, or rather implicitly, or perhaps rather explicitly, to minorities. And perhaps just to be clear, because there was some ambiguity about this at one point, most recent data and studies confirm that most conflicts today are internal armed conflicts. And if in most, not all, but in most of these conflicts, one of the parties is a minority or indigenous people, and it involve grievances of exclusion, injustice, and discrimination, which are not only perceived, perception has a place, and it's true that we cannot deny that, but often there are directly identifiable discriminatory practices against individuals who are members of these communities, usually minorities, and that there is a community dimension here that should not be neglected when one considers the prevention of violent conflict. In fact, the reference that was made by some of you to the importance of autonomy and consocialism, I hope I pronounced that correctly, is an indication of the community dimension that we need to keep in mind. So put another way, there's a reference here to the subjects of the conflicts, not their objects. Their objects can be power, participation, resources, access, and their unequal distribution, and which almost always features one of the most basic human rights, the prohibition of discrimination and equality. But there's also a community collective dimension that needs to be kept in mind, which we have to consider beyond the individual who might be treated in a disproportionate way. The nuances here are not always appreciated, although they were raised on a number of occasions. There are many more, but these are some of the central messages which I retain. And this is something we have also heard, by the way, in other parts of the world. It's interesting to note that there are not only very different complex situations in specific countries as such. There are certain patterns that we can see being repeated and being common to many parts of the world, which suggests that there are ways that we can address the deep-rooted causes of which can lead to violent conflicts around the world. So let me again mention what I shared with you earlier in the during this forum, that is that this is just one part of a process with many steps, and that the recommendations will be finalized. We're still working with some of your final suggestions that you've just made today, and that these recommendations will also be used at various stages, including being available, as I mentioned earlier, I think, for participants at the upcoming United Nations Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva on the 2nd and 3rd of December this year. And hopefully we'll be able to use your recommendations, our recommendations, to inspire and contribute to the eventual drafting of practical guidelines for the United Nations on the prevention of violent conflicts and the protection of the human rights of minorities. So I hope that the next regional forum which we'll be holding in a few weeks in Europe will allow us to contribute more in what is an essential dimension of respecting the human rights of minorities and the reality that most internal armed conflicts around the world are situations of injustice leading to grievances that can also lead to conflict, and that peace can best be served and secured and conflicts prevented when the human rights of all of us but especially of those who tend to be the most marginalized, excluded, and subjected to prejudices and discrimination, are recognized and protected and implemented effectively. And as is done also elsewhere around the world, the United Nations and national governments have to focus their attention and efforts on those whose human rights are most at risk. And as we've seen yesterday and today, these tend to be, in many cases, in most cases of conflict, minorities. There were some suggestions which clearly, I think, went beyond this theme, but and they were noted. And in fact, we will consider, I think it's important to consider not only dealing in future regional forums with other themes, but to consider perhaps the areas that some of you have identified as being omitted, forgotten, or where there are gaps. Let me just add here that each region produces their own specific recommendations. And I'm told that a number of the ones from this forum are unique to the region. And this is in fact one of the objectives of these regional forums. You have your own unique contexts and challenges, including the complex mosaics of very different population groups or even colonial legacies, as we've heard. Now, obviously, the best way to identify and understand these complexities is to have people from the region in the region discuss and explore and explain these complex issues, even though we're doing it virtually online during 2 days. It's not much, but it's already an important step to try to really reflect once again, the complexity of our human diversity around the world, and not be limited to perhaps a more Western perspective or take on what can be very different challenges in different parts of the world. It's a start also, having this regional forum, this third regional forum for Asia Pacific online, but I am also very much hoping that in 2022, next year, that we'll be able to have the regional forum in person. So, congratulations. Congratulations to all of you for your participation, your contributions, and especially your recommendations. And since I've used the magic word, congratulations, let me continue with another one where I express my deeply felt gratitude and thanks. The organization of this regional forum for Asia and the Pacific would not have been possible without the dedication, enthusiasm, and even sacrifice and lack of sleep of many people who have made this forum, well, a reality. First, many regional partners and organizations supported and contributed to the smooth operations and success of this event. So my thanks, and once again, gratitude in particular for our regional partner organizations, Forum Asia, the international movement against all forms of discrimination and racism, the Institute of Human Rights and Peace at Mahidol University in Thailand, Minority Rights Group International, the South Asia Collective, and the Unrepresented Peoples and Nations Organization. Thank you. We cannot neglect either to mention the invaluable assistance, contributions, and presence of the United Nations Minority Fellows, past and present. Many of them have actually helped us in organizing this regional forum. And then I hope we'll also be continuing in the future, especially with next year's events, which I will mention in a few moments. I also have to express my gratitude to the indispensable advice of a consultative group on regional forums for the advice that they have given us for the preparation of the 4 meetings around the world, which we will be holding this year. Once again, thank you. Merci. My thanks also to the national representatives, state officials, in particular the government of Malaysia, and especially the people from various minority organizations, particularly those who have given voice and space for minorities who may not often be seen or heard at the international level. I think this is something we have to keep in mind. Certain minorities, if we only have a global approach and one event in Geneva for a couple of days, smaller minority groups will not be heard. And hence the importance of having these regional events that are much more accessible to minority communities who might otherwise not be seen or heard. So in addition, there are the 5 moderators of the panels of this regional forum to whom I would like to express my gratitude once again. Gerald Joseph, Sajjad Hassan, Radhika Kumaraswamy, Shamini Darshmi Kalimutu, and Taisuke Komatsu. Congratulations and thank you for a job well done with guiding your panels with great tact, sensitivity, and efficiency. To all the panelists who, in addition to sharing their experience and expertise, also have enriched the content of the recommendations emanating from this forum, you've helped by providing your own insights and wisdom and sharing that with us. Sometimes even in advance, ahead of time, and many thanks again for that, because you've made suggestions that are reflective of the region, which it might not have been otherwise possible to identify without you. It's also possible some of you will be contacted again and invited to contribute further this year or the next even, since, as I indicated yesterday, these regional forums are part of a long process of consultations and efforts leading up to the UN Forum on Minority Issues in Geneva in December, but also to help preparing more comprehensive, accurate, and representative guidelines on the importance of fully understanding and respecting the human rights of minorities in order to effectively work towards preventing future violent conflicts around the world. Furthermore, and may I also mention again, that next year is the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. We'll be holding, therefore, next year, hopefully in Malaysia, another regional forum for the Asia Pacific, where we will tackle more directly and hopefully comprehensively how to improve the protection of minorities and their human rights, and perhaps what should and could be done in the future to strengthen more the regional architecture of human rights in Asia and the Pacific, which we all know is sorely lacking. So in closing, or almost closing, to the members of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in Geneva, Marina and Hee Kyung, and to the staff members at the Tom Lantos Institute, in particular, Evelyn, Marcus, Nikki, Daniel, and Sean, for all of their continued work and dedication since 2019. My hat and gratitude to you, since without you, there would be no regional forums. And it is especially to you, Ana Maria Biro, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who I have to say, in 2018, you volunteered bravely and perhaps even naively to support my mandate in this regional approach to minority issues. It's your vision and leadership, which has led to 3 years of, I know, widely successful and recognized regional forums since 2019. We've succeeded, well, probably beyond even our wildest expectations. And rest well that for the next few weeks, you have to rest well for the next few weeks as we head out next month for the 4th regional forum of the year for the European Forum. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank all of you who have been part of this process. Participants, panelists, experts, state officials, and minority and civil society representatives who are at the very heart of all of these regional forums, and with whom we will be able to continue working together towards the common shared goal of better understanding, respecting, and implementing the human rights of minorities, especially in order to prevent violent conflicts by assuring that minorities are not left behind, thanks to fully complying with their fundamental human rights. And on this note, which is, I hope, a positive note, and a note that we will continue to work together, I now declare officially this regional forum closed. Everyone, thank you once again for all of your contributions and suggestions. Please be safe and healthy, and I hope to see you again in the near future. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye.